Fiesta? Fiesta. Now, where were one of us?
Yes,
Where were controller unresponsive? Peculiar. You'll love to see. Immediate start of show. Tech problem. Let's see here. Pop that out. And the emulator crashes. Fascinating. Alright. Adventure awaits.
Beep.
Adventurous beeps. Distressed beeps. Let's see. Yes, let's see. So it is also the case that immediately before starting up, it occurred to me, and I confirmed because of the weird capture aspect ratio that happened on some sessions, but not others. It's a matter of whether I started up OBS first or the emulator first, because BizHawk doesn't decide what shape it is until you load up a ROM. And that leads to adventure. Alright, so there's that. And there's that, and maybe there's buttons. Alright, we're good. We're good. Adventure! Adventure. Arts has a crew. Arts has a team. Arts, what are you up to? Well, we left off in front of a meteor. I think it's meteors. We're doing meteor things. Yeah.
That feeling when you get back to an RPG and you don't remember what you were doing, except 4 times that.
Also, a gap week occurred, so 16 times that.
Right, yes.
Adventure. And yeah, despite being bomb-shaped enemies, the plural burrows here are not immune to fire or vulnerable to dampness. They're just kind of neutral. Yeah, arts for which the team of Chemist, Ninja, and Thief has emerged.
Which is an intensely powerful team.
Powerful stuff. And right, you don't actually have to go in here after defeating Pluro.
Chemist Ninja Thief is a powerful tool for messing with the game.
Yeah. Yeah, this gives me access to the weaker of the two item duplication glitches that exist in FF5. I will make some attempt to conduct that ritual at some point down the line, after the full team is together. I will look for some prime candidates for crimeable things.
If nothing else, a guaranteed ability to survive Quake here would just be Lena drinking the one that gives you double health, right?
Yeah, everyone is beefy enough to just survive a Quake. It's just a question of keeping people full up enough. Yeah, there we go. It's a 400 to 500 move. 600 health is quite fine for that. Just someone needs to be topped off
Before he dies.
when the wave hits. Dual-wielding boomerangs, because you are a genius. Earthshaker just deciding to make no audible sound? Sure. As you do. Infrasonic quakes.
Yeah, it's Earthshaker, not Earthquaker. Wait, no, that is what it does. Earth Soundmaker. That's more like. Got him.
With the crystal shattered, dirt no longer makes noise.
Well,
No?
Adventure.
I got a weirdness there. Woke up feeling
Adventure
well.
on a whole new planet. Right, this team needs to bulk up a bit before hitting the bridge. As you do.
No, they don't. They're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Dance among the trees.
Why are these trees so fucking angry?
Good question.
It's kind of a theme of the game.
Yeah.
Why are these things so angry?
It's
Points to Axe Death.
trees specifically as well.
Well, we know that trees are a form of grass.
No, they aren't.
The grass
It was
cutting blades
just
kill 'em.
demonstrated.
No, they aren't.
The science is settled.
Okay, so you know,
There you go, twice.
so there was the heat wave, right?
Mhm.
I can't remember. I'm having some sort of. I'm pretty sure the grass was a lot greener before the heat wave.
That
Is
is
there-
what prolonged extreme heat does to grass, yes.
Is there a term for the browning of grass, like grass death?
Dying.
Dying, yeah.
Well, is it dead? Because you can
It's
probably
probably
save it, right?
It's probably not dead yet, depending on what kind of grass it is.
It could be dieback, it could be desiccation, it could be yellowing.
Withered? Can plants come back from
Withering.
Withering is the more routine thing.
I thought withering was a this is death basically. Can you come back
No,
from
no,
withering?
yeah. If you are withered, you can still come back. It is just like you are being desiccated, there is less mass. It's not doing great, and it is on the way to dying, probably, but can come back.
Also, grass is perennial. It's gonna get.
It's
Don't worry about
grass.
It's grass.
It is-
It'll be fine. But like that was the fun. Just like, that's not usually this bad in summer.
Yeah, no, in the Pacific Northwest in particular, I don't imagine you guys would have that very often. Out here in the Midwest, we
Well, yeah, I would
routinely have.
imagine, because like The sun's
Much-
probably always making contact for a much longer time. We have all these trees and shit in the way.
Much like the humble iceberg, the grass of the sea. Most of a plant is underground.
Fuck, man. Fuck. No.
I don't know what you're complaining.
You look at a tree standing there and you think that's tall. There's like 200 times more wood buried in the vault.
And then you get into the mycelial networks, and you get into all the other grass roots involved with it, and any sort of parasitic organisms that are there, and just what you see in a forest or a landscape or any sort of biome is like not much.
They look like
compared
trees
the
to
actual-
you?
Yeah. They look like trees.
It just processed. Did you just call roots mycelial network?
No, I was involving the rest of the other stuff that would be underground alongside the trees, increasing the biome and the level of biodiversity and mass in an area.
Okay, all right.
I did not call trees a fungus.
Because I was ready to roast you for calling trees a fungus if that did have occurred.
No, I hang around Morgan enough. I know the difference. I also know that there is probably a horrifying cross-pollination somewhere, literal or more metaphorical.
It will be determined at the appropriate time via the science if moss and fungus is grass.
That does feel like something people have gotten into an actual fight about.
Well, I mean, we're talking about moss fungus
Moss
that we will
fungus,
encounter.
or moss and fungus.
Yes.
As
Are there any
opposed to the
fungi?
moss or fungus.
I mean, are there any fungi with a tree-like growth form? Are you counting size in that? Because a ton of fruiting bodies look like saplings.
Give it time and we'll get a full-on fungal tree at some point, I'm sure.
I just had a thought. How do you think
Yes.
the feng shui of Kowloon Walled City would be?
Completely
Rancid.
trash? Yeah.
Like, absolute, like, as rancid as it could be, right?
Demons.
Yes. Like, mad fucking haunted.
Is that maybe the most haunted place on Earth just because it's actively still being inhabited, but, like, is anathema?
Ellen Walled City doesn't exist
Yeah,
anymore.
it was
It
demolished.
got torn down.
Oh, did it? Okay. Well, I mean, there's favelas still exist out there. That's basically what that was.
It was a particularly large, notable, and strangely shaped one, but yeah, effectively it was just...
I just think about it a few times because of Digimon. They're just like, man, that place was real. And that's
And
amazing.
Given that you plan on playing Hong Kong later, you're going to start thinking about it again.
Mhm.
Yeah, I started a character for that and then turned it off. Because I need a cooldown period.
Makes sense. It's been a while since Dragonfall, and I never did follow up with Hong Kong.
Hong Kong has a strong hook.
Keep meaning to do that at some point. Anyway, we
I met my first fixer and went, okay, cool. Did you play as Dragonfall? I play as a Decker because everyone says play as a Decker in Dragonfall, and I went, well, everyone's probably right. And they were. I probably can't openly talk about the story in Dragonfall, but I was very impressed by it.
Decker is often recommended for the first run.
I will say, though,
Among
that...
other reasons, there is an important plot branch for which you only have a choice of which direction you're going if you have brought a Decker on that mission.
Yep.
Otherwise, it gets decided for you by, well, we don't have a hacker, so
But
shrug.
the level of writing is it struck. I was so surprised, and the line that stuck with me the most was the antagonist, while explaining their stupid fucking plan, pointing to, well, you know, it's like when America dropped the bombs on Japan. It was, you know, necessary. This German scientist monologuing in front of you uses this, and one of the choices there is just like that was and still is a contested
Yep.
contested war crime, and I don't think that's quite the.
German scientist planning atrocity invokes World War II. Bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off.
I really don't
the
think
dialogue
that's quite the
options in-
statement you think it is, dude.
Like the dialogue options in response to that bit of dialogue are all just like, are you sure this is where you want to go, man?
That's the comparison we're making here today in the secret.
German
Are
scientist
you
planning
sure?
atrocity, speaking to other Germans who are anarchists and
A
invoking
German-
World War II.
Like extremely far left anarchists who got their start fighting fascists, and then the magic shit happened.
God, I fucking love Dragonfall so much. It's just a delightful time. There's some really choice writing in there.
There is some very that villain in particular is very satisfying to just put in the trash.
Yeah, the entire critical path is. It's rare that a critical path is as interesting as it was in a RPG like that. But yeah, just absolutely had a blast with it.
Okay, as of 2 minutes ago, I finally finished all of the major prep for tomorrow and on.
Nice.
Tomorrow.
Moth
up?
Week featuring
Moth Week.
arachnids.
Wow,
Uh,
Motley, tell me more.
specifically.
No
wasn't gonna-
non-spider arachnids.
Wait,
Correct.
you should play Grounded during Moth Week.
What?
You know, the spider game.
I wasn't going to advertise here, but
Not do it.
Fucking
Alright.
do it.
What else have we got ongoing?
I just got to fucking enthuse about
Are
fucking
you
shit,
concerned
know?
that you're interrupting the very gripping content of approximately 1/4 of the time on Prototype Island?
Yeah, it's like we're here for 60-something more of these.
yeah, Moth Week with Spider Fact specifically. It's going to be 9 days long, which is of course the length of a moth's week. Keep in mind that a moth, unlike people, actually can work out every other day of a week and work out 4 to 5 times.
It will be long
Ah.
enough that it will still be happening at the time that this hits YouTube.
Is that what
Yeah.
Moth is
Yeah.
so fucking jacked?
Yes. 100%. That's a free moth fact for you because I did moth facts 3 years ago. Then I did crabs, then bees, and we're doing spiders this year, which is the only thing that.
Bee facts were very good. I love bees deeply.
Fun thing about that, I want to say like at least 3/4 of the bee facts were actually written by Zorak rather than me. He was very insistent that not be Wasp Week, because that was my Wasp, because that was my initial plan,
Wasps.
and it kind of forced it to be bees, which is fine. That works out. Wasp. Yeah, spiders. Don't worry, there's gonna be no actual, like any alerts I do or something like that will not contain any actual spiders. In case you're one of them arachnophobes. However, there'll be a lot of cool facts about them.
I used to be a lot more arachnophobic than I am now, and it wasn't really even through conscious effort. It just sort of happened slowly.
Hey, if you live in a place, you're gonna deal with spiders.
Yeah, like a degree of that in my apartment, but a degree of that in my workplace. But just it's gotten to the point where there are certain kinds of spider, or like super close-up, high-definition pictures of a lot of spiders will really kind of get in my guts. But if I just see one in my day-to-day life, I'll be just like, "Oh, hey, little buddy, what are you up to?"
I'll critique them on their choice of where they put webs if it's in my fucking path. Like, you should have known.
I'll give
that.
you one free spider fact that I will be doing here. Not part
Oh, a
of
pre-order
World
spider.
premiere.
world premiere spider, because this is based off of just something that was just asked and is based off of your experience right there. Arachnophobia is proven to be far and away one of the easiest phobias to cure.
Yep.
And if you were actually like actively interested in curing it, it only takes a couple of hours. That's
Yep.
it.
It is.
Exposure therapy to spiders is a thing that is done safely, and unless you have a particularly bad issues with anxiety most of the time, they'll be.
Yeah.
It's it's a genuinely easy experience to go through, and people usually come out of it fully not afraid of spiders anymore.
Yeah. Arachnophobia is one of. I don't know if it was one of the original sources of exposure therapy. It's one of the ones that as exposure therapy is still very responsible, easy, and quick to do with. There are a lot of other.
It stems
sources of
entirely from
anxiety.
the fact. Yeah, it stems entirely from the fact that arachnophobia is explicitly a learned fear. It's not something that anyone starts their life with.
Yep.
It's something that the vast majority of people, arachnophobia is actually societally pressured into you getting it.
Yep.
Like, just because you assume that you should be afraid of spiders, you end up afraid of spiders.
Everyone around you is like, oh, spiders, ugh, and then, etc.
Yeah.
There are other things that exposure therapy has been tried on, and then the psychological community, again, usually 10, 15 years late, has dialed back on, that probably didn't help, actually.
Yeah,
any of those
but with
people.
spiders, it explicitly does.
Yeah,
Like, it
spiders
genuinely
is
works.
one of the phobias that exposure therapy is phenomenal at handling. There are a lot of ones where exposure therapy will just make your problem worse. By a lot.
Like, agoraphobia and the one for
Yes.
heights, I don't remember off the top of my head. Those get made way worse if you try
Yeah,
to do
I
it that way.
didn't do professional exposure therapy, but I can tell you every time I've gone up on a high building and decided, I wonder if I'll look over, I'll still feel bad. No, worse, actually.
That makes people feel worse about it because you've just put yourself in an actual real danger again, and like, oh, it's real now. It's not irrational.
Yeah. It's, whoop! Yeah, no, that's a totally reasonable fear to have. Thanks, legs, for not moving.
Mm-hmm.
The ocean could fuck off.
Yeah, I love the ocean. I don't think that fear of the ocean is irrational or anything like that. I think that's perfectly fair, but I think it's fucking great. I love being out on the ocean.
There are specific situations where I would say I have ocean fear, and most of them are in situations that Subnautica evokes, of just where the fuck am I?
See, the thing,
See,
when I was
the
playing
ascended
Subnautica,
understanding to acquire is that love of the ocean is love of the fear of the ocean.
Yes.
You do not remove the terror, you embrace it.
Yes.
while I was playing Subnautica and doing deep sea stuff in Subnautica, I was always filled with like, oh man, hell yeah, let's do this. And anytime anything dangerous happened, I was just screaming, yelling at it, trying to get it to come fight me. Come on, get in here.
You're a freak of nature and you're not normal, though.
I am not too proud to admit that the first time a Reaper got me, I screamed. Not like the challenge scream, just an actual terror scream.
Every
They're
large fish that I could possibly attack with the knife, I did.
Why?
See, I did.
There's no reason to.
I did
going
get
on
over.
now?
We're discussing Subnautica right now.
Ah.
One thing that did help eventually is when you get the prawn suit and the drill hands, and you can grapple onto a Reaper and punch it in the face with a drill, at which point they got a lot less scary.
Rich.
I've only
Also,
played the
Arise.
the new snow one, where I tried to knife fight a giant snow leopard, and that went poorly.
I need to do you guys anyway. It's National Anthem of FFiesta.
Okay, so we're back on the big bridge. Is that what's happening now?
Yes.
This is a terror.
Chariots are a form of grass.
Now,
Well, it appears they are specifically a form of mustard.
Now, Morris, would you classify these as chariots of iron?
From that color, no, I'm gonna say chrome.
How about chariots of ire?
Are they annoying?
I mean, they're getting a little stabby.
Yeah, sure.
Good tune.
All of As
Nice.
mentioned in the chat, all of Tina
Nice.
Hax's horribly honk-filled renditions of Big Bridge live in my head
Meanwhile,
now.
this crew was liquidating their inventory because they've arrived in, like,
Yes.
Deep World 2. This is Darts, Ranger, Samurai, Monk, Thief, so they don't need this whip. Or... They no longer need that Asura, really. Are they past needing Moonring Blade? What is this thief using? Dark Bow, right, because I can equip gun.
Yep.
So I can keep one Moonring around as an option, just in case. Don't need the other one, though. I will keep the ribbons around just for prestige purposes. No one can wear them, and that's fine. They're decorative.
Have any of the parties seen notable advance since you started, or are we still in basically the same place that we left
You've
off
missed a
with?
half hour, so you basically missed nothing.
Okay.
It was time spent on Prototype Island and during doing bridge prep.
Okay.
So this crew had been shopping, and they have hit the event flag of going upstairs and learning about vehicle trouble. We are going to Dragon Valley, which is a mountain.
Of course it is.
A mountain they call Dragon Valley because this is the opposite planet where everything is swamp. The fort is under siege, but alright, yeah, just throw the door open, we'll charge out there and clear a path for ourselves, slam it shut, we'll be back later.
Listen, they call it Dragon Valley because it's more defined by the large valley that's around the mountain, but you're going into the mountains attached to the Dragon Valley.
Every valley does imply two mountains,
Yes.
at least.
Well, in this case, it sounds like there are 3 mountains, 2 on either side of the valley, and then the other mountain in the middle.
And anyway, this is good
abductor
structural
needs a
stuff
sandwich, is
for, for World 2. The thing that cements that, alright, now the real World 2 begins. World 2 starts with you getting ambushed by an abductor. And your party is separated and weakened, and adventure occurs.
You get clowned.
Now,
Yeah.
everyone is reunited, you've established a status quo, you have a goal, and you fight another abductor. And this
One that
time,
really needs
probably
a
tear it to
sandwich.
shreds.
That thing had no fat on its body whatsoever.
Well, it is a bird's.
Yeah.
It is as birds do. Just for
You
note,
weren't
since
kidding
this
about
is...
this entire planet being swamp.
Yeah, welcome to Swamp Planet. So, this thing over here, this is the Gill Cave. I'll enter it. I'll observe it.
Yeah!
Let's spin the wheel.
Hey, it's valuable. You've got yourself a samurai. They
I
love that
could
stuff.
throw that money.
Yeah.
That's
You
money.
can just you can have a shotgun.
If you play the game. If you solve the riddle.
How
So you have to
dangerous.
throw money to make money?
Yes.
Well, you have to make money to throw money.
Yes.
But then you throw money to make more money.
Depending on the amount of money you're throwing and what you're encountering.
More money.
Because that could be less money.
But
Or
even
it
if
could
this
be more
were a
money.
Gill Turtle
No.
slaying team, fighting Gill Turtle is something you're equipped to do at the end of World 2 rather than the beginning.
Yes.
Coming in here unprepared is a way to have an adventure. For example, here's the Undergrounders. And I think I've already overshot the entrance to Gill Cave. Yeah, this cave is very short, and here it is.
I wanna keep one of these things as a pet. Look at their little dumb faces.
So you think those are like articulated legs like a centipede, or
That's
they're
a,
like
yeah, that's a
cilia?
centipede.
Yeah,
Is the
but
idea.
the alternative would be like they're like cilia, like an undersea creature.
Oh, there's nothing silly about
Alternatively-
that thing. It'll kick your ass.
Alternatively, this is the carpet from Aladdin, but they put a bug head on it.
Hmm.
Those are just tassels.
Oh, so it's got tassels.
So I'm on a quest right now in the background. I'm trying to find any Depression era songs that are happy. The closest I've gotten is a Shanty Shack in Old Shanty Town, which is about coming back to your shitty falling down house after a long day's
There
work.
was some jazz stuff coming out.
Yeah,
man.
None of it's happy.
Here we are in the guild
Jazz is
cave.
not
Look, they're
inherently
on the
happy,
floor.
yeah.
There's 10
No,
cents.
but
There's 20 cents. 40
Speaking of
cents.
the depression, I
80
feel like this
cents.
is a
$1.60.
wait a minute.
$3.
Pretty good.
Is Scully at
$6.
the end of this?
Oh.
No,
12
don't worry.
bucks.
Don't worry about it. It's just
Oh.
Adventure.
Start worrying. Start worrying.
Here's guild
prize.
portals.
Start worrying.
And that's what life would be like if we had gone to Gill Cave.
That's a really good gag. Fuck.
Oh my god, the shuffler
That was serendipitous. Meanwhile,
punched into another timeline.
Previously on Fiesta.
okay, so we're agreeing that the Great Depression began in 1929, right?
it didn't really end until
After
the
Black
70s, if we're being real honest with ourselves.
No, like the traditional definition would be when the wartime economy started up in World War II and blasted the industry back to life.
Yeah, I guess. We
Okay.
didn't really settle.
In 1930, the song On the Sunny Side of the Street came from the Broadway musical Lou Leslie's International Review and was a giant hit on the charts.
Is it
Cats
because
are
it was
also a
the
form
only
of
fucking
grass.
happy?
This is confirmed by the
It
science.
was remade by Louis Armstrong in 1934 and charted again.
Impressive.
Then it was remade by Tommy Dorsey and Joe Stafford in 1945
Oh,
and charted again.
The Ink Spot should have just sang a song about being happy. You could have still done it in a baritone.
And apparently Sinatra did a cover of it? Huh.
Well, Sinatra guy has terrible hands and everything.
Yeah.
I'm
But
surprised.
Actually, it
Sinatra
looks
won.
like most of the big jazz standard folks did
I mean,
a version
after
of
Louis Armstrong did a cover, I'd imagine everyone in the world would want to try.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, Sinatra has basically done a cover of everything Louis Armstrong has covered as well.
Yeah.
Except for Lonesome Road, I think, because like that one he made into a like a church gag thing. It was pretty fucking whipped, honestly.
Huh. Georgia on My Mind was also 1930.
Really?
Yeah. Hoagie Carmichael.
Oh, I guess that was the 50s.
Hoagie Carmichael, but it's literal.
Ogie Carmichael is a good name.
Yeah, his full name was apparently Hoagland Howard Carmichael.
Hoagland.
Hoagland?
Hoagland.
Your name is Hogland? Hold on. What? Fuck Hoagland.
And the man's face does not look like you would expect the face of a man named Hoagland to be.
I have no idea what that was.
I don't know what
nonsense thing you just
exceptions
said.
here, dude.
That is a nonsense thing you just said. That means nothing.
Like, I'm trying to picture in my mind's eye, and I'm getting just like the image does not load icon.
I'm getting a broken. I'm getting
The
a
math on
broken
that
source
statement
texture.
checks out. What do you expect the face of a man named Hoagland to look like? It's undefined. So having
yeah,
a face
but-
at all is entirely unlike that.
The virtue of it not being a broken source texture, I guess.
Hoagland? I'm
Hoagland,
still not
really?
over this. Hoagland?
Hoagland sounds like one of the ways that the Spothy mispronounced human.
God, it totally does.
Hello, Hoagland.
Hoaglands, the Hamnoms.
How did we get from jazz to here?
I was looking up jazz songs that came out in 1930. One of them was by this man named Hoagland Carmichael.
Well, there's what Gil
right.
Turtle does, and there's what Gil Turtle does, and there's what Gil Turtle does.
Gil Turtle kills you, is what Gil Turtle does. That's the main thing Gil Turtle's about.
Is this survival?
Can you flee from Gil Turtle?
No.
There are setups that allow you to survive Gil Turtle.
The price of
Gil Turtle.
prizes.
Gil Turtle is explicitly a, test your luck thing.
Yes. Do you want to
And if you
step
can
another
successfully
square
defeat-
forward?
Gil
Spin
Turtle
the fucking
is
wheel.
the mid-game bonus boss.
Yes.
Hand over your fucking candle.
Give me the fucking money.
Actually, the only other JRPG I can think of that actually ambushes you like that is Nocturne. We're just like across the distance, this fucking skeleton on a bike will just shout, "Fork over your fucking menorah, or I'm gonna kick your ass," and then you wrestle.
And
Well,
right
I
now
could
we
bring up
arrive
Metal
in...
Saga again, which has two extremely difficult bosses that just kind of wander the overworld as
Sheep
giant
village
shadows.
that just has sheep and locked buildings and nothing else. That's all that's here, just sheep.
What?
Well, either these sheep turn into... Someone turn these people into sheep, or these sheep are very industrious.
Anyway,
All right, here in the
This is
place
Werewolf
of
Village.
sheep. Ah, okay. That's
this
why
is a
there's so many
village of
sheep.
wolves who keep sheep.
That's
That
like a
makes sense.
Dracula keeping people. That's weird.
You mean completely reasonable and a thing you would expect them to do?
Mm.
And here is Kelgar, boss of Werewolf Village, and one of the 4 grandpas who defeated Exdeath 30 years ago.
He has horns.
Don't worry about it.
He's also extremely impulsive and irritable.
So he's decided that you have to duel now.
You've arrived from
Fight
space.
me.
You are the enemy. Fight me.
Fight me!
Oh, I remember this
Hey,
game.
Look.
This is extremely just like a 5-year-old playing with action figures.
Look, Kel, these are people from the planet where we buried Exdeath. There's new minions. I will destroy them.
No, here
Kel, please.
Fuck them!
But fortunately, as I probably mentioned during the prior sessions, thousands of years ago,
His lupine attack!
Which is basically being a ninja, because your dad was ninja rivals with him.
yes, Bart's
Oh,
father
yeah.
taught him
How to
special
fight
move
werewolves.
that will
This-
destroy any werewolf in one punch.
This plot beat makes 1,000,000% more sense when you know that like this is the dude secretly trying to get a grudge match in on his dad and then getting his ass kicked.
Yep.
Thanks for teaching my son, later nerd. Bye.
Launch him out of the room directly into bed, where he will remain until the moment of his death.
Okay!
You literally punch him into his deathbed.
That's pretty good martial art. That's a pretty good boxing move.
That's
That's a hell of
boxing.
that's a hell of a boxing technique. Fist
No,
to-
yes.
fist to brain.
Plot-wise, only now is that put forward.
Yeah, this is the
What was your
first
dad's
time
name?
that Darts has mentioned his dad, I suppose.
There are
This has never come
there
up,
are
really.
there's sub
Father has
story
come
stuff you
up.
can find.
The
But
appropriate conversations have not occurred to have that be
Yeah.
connected. Where did you learn the wolf breaking fist?
There's been bigger fish to fry constantly.
my
Wait,
dad-
you know Dorgan? Yes.
I guess he was my dad. Like,
I'm
so-
from Dorgan.
Anyway, that's dad.
I like how Golef is mostly unchanged. Wait, does Bards' dad wear a fucking cape?
Yes.
Yes.
He also doesn't have pants.
Uh,
You have to look at his
The Amano
he
art
is
has-
pantless.
Galoof is the only
Basically
member of this
cheats out.
squad who is capeless.
The Amano art of these 4 is a really good piece of art.
Yeah, like I genuinely would like a prequel about their story of doing this too, just because they also have a charismatic cast. for idiots.
FF5 HD Remake Act 2 DLC.
All right, so this is them burying X-Death
Yes, burying X-Death
in the hole. Okay.
Planting his tree.
in the squared circle
Where'd X-Death come from?
30 years ago.
Well,
Wood.
Like, he just was always there and just
Wood.
sprang up one day?
no,
He's in a
He came from where wood comes from.
So the ground?
X-Death
Yes.
was the tree that got stuffed full of demons and then got mad and sapient about it.
He's from the Mysidian Forest, which is later in the game.
Oh, so the tree itself decided, I'm just gonna go kick someone's ass.
Yes.
The tree is full of demons.
Tree
and the
learned
tree-
magic from listening to demons and was like, yeah,
Yeah.
this owns. Let's go.
I choose violence, actually.
Okay, I don't know how correct this is, but the idea of
All this
X-Death
time I've
being
just
a
been
super
sitting
fun
here
site with
attached to the
legs.
ground.
Yeah,
Like a
I have
nerd.
made the joke of X-Death is a magical super fun site multiple times. It is. That is how it works, yeah.
Did we change parties again?
Yes,
Are
we are
we
back
okay?
to Arts, who is visiting Chimera Meteor.
Okay.
Finish up Meteor Tour and then go to World 2. This is worth a shuriken.
So if you seal up an angry spirit, right? Does it have a half-life like radiation? Will
No.
it starve and die eventually if you just don't pray to it?
Depends on your spirit and depends on your cultural source.
For the most
Yeah,
part,
this
though,
this
no.
depends heavily on whose rules you're running on, yeah.
Most traditions is you seal them in the can because they don't go away, and then you just put the can somewhere nobody's going to open, and that's how you solve the problem. Much like
So-
nuclear waste.
We should be firing ghosts into space.
Yeah.
That was not an
Yeah.
option for a lot of people in a lot of time periods, but
we
it
But
should
it is
yes.
an
fire
option for
ghosts
us,
into space.
therefore we should do it.
I mean,
It works on
fucking- what is
vampires.
the third?
I have an idea. Let's build a fake mansion outside NASA and haunt it on purpose. And whenever there's the ghost in there, we put him in a jar and just fucking launch him into space.
This is yet another complicated ways to make it so you can build a Spencer mansion.
Yes, it is.
Also, fucking whatever the name of the third Trill Beach in this story. That is basically what happens. Is they
Trophy's
just,
notes. Yeah, that's the
no,
end
no,
of
no,
it.
not Trilby's notes. The one in space.
Oh,
Where the-
That's the
something Days of
second
Skeptic.
one.
Yeah.
Where they
7 Days of
just
Skeptic,
launch-
that's it.
Yeah. The
Oh,
idea
and
is
then
like,
the
okay,
thing-
so it's an
yeah.
immortal serial killer who cannot
We'll dispose
die
of this
under-
ghost by just launching his foci, his anchors, into space, and no one will ever find them again. And then
then
centuries
it
later, a
slams into a
spacecraft
ship. Yeah.
finds a mysterious
Smacks
chunk
into
of
it.
debris. And is like, huh, this is weird, let's probe it with science. 'Cause that's
Even
what we're
he
doing.
even
There-
wrote a
there's your
note
problem. It's
saying,
okay,
like,
let's launch the ghost into space. You are just kicking this problem down the road to people in space.
You
Well,
think
that's their
that
fucking
Destiny
problem.
doesn't know what space is? The
like,
stars will
he-
never find this if we send it up.
He wrote a note
worked on-
saying,
I'm just gonna say
"Locker
it
haunted,
worked on
don't
cars."
open."
It fucking worked on cars, is all I'm saying.
That's because Cars got bored and turned his brain off.
Are you saying ghosts don't get bored?
Okay, ghosts maybe. Demons, I think, just are self-propelled by malevolence.
You know how there's only like one molecule in space for every like cubic meter or so?
Yeah.
A demon would learn to hate every single one of those it comes across.
Yep.
Oh, so we're talking about Foucault's demon here.
Or Maxwell's demon.
Maxwell. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
I
Maxwell's
knew you
demon
were-
is the one who does heat management.
Yeah.
We just shouldn't make ghosts. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Oh yeah, we should stop production of ghosts immediately. It's bad.
Why
for the
did we
environment.
invent ghosts?
why do we do this? No benefit, really. Done, okay, friend.
Also, yeah, Cars had to deal with being owned by the world's dumbest man and then being thrown into space.
Joseph's not the
I
world's
know.
dumbest man. Come on now.
The world's sassiest man.
Sassiest
What?
for sure.
What
Yeah.
acronym would you give the demon launching branch of NASA? HASI.
That's cheating.
What does it stand for? Show your work.
Hellish Association of Spirit Slingshot
Exorcism.
Yeetists.
Yeetists.
HASI. HASSY.
Okay.
That's what we call scientists that are about throwing shit.
Okay, so let's say that we do stuff a can full of ghosts and demons or whatever, and you launch it into space. This is basically the panspermia argument of foreign life forms getting on the rock and then having the new source of life be that external source. Except now you have put a new ecology based entirely on ghosts and goblins and demons.
You're
on
right,
another
because
planet.
we just invented the concept of bioseeding.
Yeah,
But
with
with
demons.
ghosts. Necroseeding.
It's fine. Anything that evolves from a demon will be able to handle demons.
Let's stuff all of our souls into this caseless ammunition round and point this gun just somewhere, and then eventually your soul will hit something. It has to. Eventually.
This is how you
Has to
create Meat Moon.
This is how you get the Dead Space 3 moon. Yeah.
You're goddamn right, that's how we make meat.
Meat Moon.
Yeah, HASI. Solving
Inverse
paranormal
isekai.
problems the direct way.
Inverse isekai. Man,
Now-
an isekai by just somebody launching a fucking railgun.
Now I know
of-
in
I've read that
SNES,
one, actually.
casting mute is an
course
answer
we
to
do.
this fight. If you throw down the global mute, Gil's buffs won't work when he
Yeah,
tries to
yeah,
do
just
his super
because-
mode. I
It's
don't think that
it's
works
about,
in GBA.
It's about a cyborg, and the cyborg gets sent into orbit and then sent back down to Earth after magic has evolved.
Okay, that's not as funny as a magic world disposing of its hazmat and having that land on it.
Okay, that's
Isn't
fair.
that
Yeah.
how Nier starts?
Sort of.
Yes.
Detritus falls between dimensions and hijinks happen.
Yeah, that was less intentional and more oops.
Now,
Well,
time still gets to
I'm
laugh
not
at
sure
this
it
fight
was
a
an
little bit.
oops so much as the monster had a plan, and the plan went poorly.
As Gil casts haste.
Because the monster opens the portal to Japan, goes through it, fights a rhythm game with you, loses, dies, then gets blown the fuck up by jets.
Like, I've lost a Gitaru man too, but like, come on, man.
Pretty easy to lose to Gitaru Man.
And then everyone gets magical space disease from the vaporized monster god. That
They get space mesothelioma because
Yeah.
Our world does not interact with magic very well.
Yep.
The horrors of space asbestos.
Your gold is always welcome here.
Nier never made
Healthy
sense to
and
you?
strong.
Yeah. That it doesn't really care if you get it or not. It'll applaud you if you do. It's not there to explain itself very well, aside from extremely explicit moments.
It's there to threaten consequences and the fringes. And
I
make you
mean-
think about it too much.
Ultimately,
Mm-hmm.
the details of how the world works in Nier are less important than
Yes.
the character interactions.
It is the character interactions and the things that Yokotaro and the team want to say about the world and the nature of humanity, etc.
So there's big ass titties over there somewhere sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes what he wants to say is, God damn, that robot has a nice ass.
I want to know how complicated it was to get the 2B pants to work with any given Final Fantasy 14 player character.
Seeing how they work on everybody else, pretty simple. Because it would be, number one, it's a bespoke rig on each kind of model type.
Does it just replace the legs?
Yeah,
Yeah, it
just
literally
replaces
just rips
the
out your
lower
legs
body.
and That's how every piece of equipment works. Is that it rips
Yeah,
off
it,
your
it
legs.
basically
Wait,
just takes
but,
your
like-
skeleton and applies a new texture to
Well,
it.
like, what happens with a Hrothgar? Do they just have, like, normal cat legs, and here's this giant ass?
Yes.
That's very brave of them.
Like, no, that is everyone gets. Like, this is something that you do end up noticing is that no, literally everyone has a bigger ass when they wear the 2B outfit. Everyone.
It just must be the pants.
Yeah.
It's a robot ass.
It's
They print that at a
ass.
factory.
Major, my ass is being hacked.
Apparently, Yokotaro wanted the final Nier raid to include a section in which if anyone touched a red orb, the raid wiped.
Yeah. Yokotaro wanted a single mistake, everyone dies raid wipe, and had to be convinced to, no, that's not fun.
It's not fun.
And
Wide
apparently the idea was, yes, it's not fun, that's the point. But I
Wide Raid,
guess.
the game mode where it is generally at its lowest difficulty, out of acknowledging that losing because 1 out of 24 people made a mistake really sucks, as opposed to losing when 1 out of 8 people make a mistake, which sucks but less.
See, Ozma, Thunder God Sid, for examples when they did go a little too hard, and that part of the raid series immediately became notorious.
Yep. Just about anything where everyone's fighting one giant thing with a circle platform around it.
Yep.
When your 8-person team can do all of their job correctly, but nope.
Yeah. No, when 2 8-people jobs can be doing perfectly, and the Dragoon on the other side of the map fucks up the mechanics so badly that it kills the team next to you, and then it cascades to shit.
I'm pretty sure there
It is
is
always a
an
Dragoon.
active time maneuver during one of the trials where if one person fucks up, everyone dies, though.
It's always the Dragoon, though.
Seed of
Yeah, right.
sacrifice, yes.
Yeah.
It is always the Dragoon, though, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes. A Dragoon's natural state is death, and they want to reach it as quickly as possible.
Looks like
FF14 is
Scythian.
all about celebrating the history of the franchise, and that includes representing the Dragoon as a traitor.
Yes.
Or as someone who dies.
Something
Yes.
that
Final
is
Fantasy
very important for people who
The
have
2
not
states
been
of
around.
Dragoon,
Like,
treacherous and dead.
Back to fucking 2.0, back in one of the first fan fests after Realm Reborn, there was a really good video they made of an SNES remake of the Titan Extreme fight. And one of the best visual gags is that the Dragoon in the middle of the fight is doing all the mechanics terribly. Like, you can watch the little SNES sprites go around doing the mechanics if you know the flow of the fight, and you can watch the Dragoon constantly screwing up. And then when the edges of the platform fall, the Dragoon does not go in time and then falls out. And then, at the end of the video, when the loot box is rolled, the Dragoon gets the mount whistle. And everyone else looks mad. It is one of my favorite jokes the team has ever made. Because it is so high effort. If there are good Dragoons, yes, I understand that. The real root reason why Dragoons get so many things that are jokes about them not...
It's a
Being
mechanical
rotor dying?
problem with the class. It's not
the
actually
jump.
your fault.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
jump. It is. There is a button that will throw you off the fenceless ledges and kill you if you do not pay attention to your positioning. Note that red mages and dancers will also get roasted for this. Red mages have the backflip button. Every red mage main labels that the death button.
There's probably a reason the backflip once in
Yeah,
every
it is to
200
get-
hours.
It's getting out of AoEs.
It's getting out of AoEs. It's allowing you to do more in and out of ranged and melee because that's the switch gimmick. But in practice, the backflip will get you killed.
My general impression is that Dragoons are roasted for falling down approximately as often as, say, Black Mages are roasted for refusing to
move.
lift up their hand and touch the remote.
Yeah.
Do anything.
Get
Leave
out of
the
your
circle.
chair.
Get out of the chair.
Yep, not optimal.
Or like tanks get roasted for spinning the thing, or like monks get roasted for getting so obsessed with laning your positionals that you will walk into an AoE just to get your snap punch on the right side, even if that means the healer is going to tear your throat out. Like, there are so many jobs that have bad player behaviors, and yeah, Dragoon is probably the one that has the most consistent jokes about it because it's turned into its own meme. That, in part, is because Dragoon was actually unforgivably terrible in FF11, and that never left the reputation of the job.
That and the class does have a history through the franchise of doing really dumb shit.
I get that if people were roasting you constantly, it would be really unfun. Is Blue Mage fun? Blue Mage doesn't interact with the game the same way as everybody else does, as an explicit concession of we cannot do Blue Mage in the triad design of healer, tank, and DPS.
If you're playing Blue Mage, it is because you want to do something really silly, and you aren't interacting with plot at that moment.
Yeah, Blue Mage has its own set of content, because Blue Mage is bullshit. Blue Mage is not allowed to engage with content normally, because Blue Mage is so powerfully designed that it crushes everything that it's allowed to touch.
I think there's an achievement for beating one of the most recent trials with a party of entirely Blue Mages.
Yes.
Isn't it that Blue Mage explicitly has the last expansion's level cap?
Yes.
Because they
Yes.
They need
they
time
can't
to figure
allow-
out which blue magics they will give you permission.
They need an
to use.
entire expansion to figure out, okay, how the hell do we make this work? And also to keep people from going to current content and putting it in a headlock, because you can do current contact with a Blue Mage, there's genuinely no reason to not do Blue Mage.
Yeah, it is a Blue Mage is a tank, a healer, and a DPS at the same time.
Yep.
They can do any of those jobs.
My job is to have all jobs.
Yes. And that is the reason it is that way, and the reason there is such a thing as a limited job, and Blue Mage is one, and people were thinking Beastmaster was going to be one for a long time. Still remains
It
to
could
be seen.
still happen.
Could still happen. Is basically the demands of the fan base of no. If you're going to put in Blue Mage, then we have to learn it from monsters, and we have to be able to do what monsters do, and we have to be generalists. And then they went back and looked at the design document for FF14 and go, okay, that doesn't work. We can't do that. And then people were still insistent and demanding of where's Blue Mage, and they made Blue Mage. That's basically like, oh my god, shut up right here.
We will never go to the continent that Blue Mages are from. We will never meet the tribe that originated them.
Mate, I would not be surprised if we eventually go over there in like 9.0 or something. Like when they get out of the main story they originally wrote and they start going other places. Kinda hope they don't, but
I get the feeling that they're going to avoid going there as long as they possibly can.
for many reasons, yes.
We're going to the moon before we meet those people.
We will destroy the moon. Everyone working together.
at long last, we are all united in one combined cause.
Then
Fuck
once the
the
moon is
moon.
dead,
Fuck shit.
anything can happen.
Fuck the moon!
With the moon defeated, now we can go to the wrestling continent and do sports.
You know, those things look much different in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah, Porksy's got a big redesign, yeah. Also, Wrestle Continent. As someone also mentioned in the chat, one of the things they do with Blue Mage is like, okay, what do we do with this? They're pro wrestlers, fuck it.
Why are we in a hole now?
A whole
Bear
load
fell
up to the
down.
ground.
This is Bear Hole.
Oh. Okay.
We were chasing a Moogle and we fell down a hole, and now we find the octopi that eat Moogles.
Bearable.
That makes sense. Okay. I like how you have random encounters in an auto-scroller section.
Yep. Water contains crab. Ground contains slime. Just the worst cave.
Blood slime. Ugh.
Now, Go-Go is a mime that is distinct from a blue mage. They do two very different things.
Are there any gun-haver stereotypes?
Mechanists?
Yeah.
Mainly
Being-
that they don't exist, right?
They're
'Cause
nerds.
no one plays them.
So depending on where you were in the progression of the game, it is don't play Mechanist because Mechanist is terrible. Don't play Mechanist because Mechanist requires you to use 300% of your brain for 105% DPS. Or Mechanist is pretty good, but you can get distracted in all of your incredibly intense micro and blow yourself up because your pressing button's too fast.
It's a gun, though. It should do more.
Mechanist, again, is in a pretty good spot last I checked.
So yeah,
The problem with Mechanist is that it has its buttons be so quick and its rotation window so tight that if you have any lag, you are in deep shit. Sorry,
and the tank problem in 14 is just there's only so many ways you can build a tank.
Yep.
So they kind of all do the same thing now.
Hell tank's the same.
I mean, yeah, there's exactly 3 tanks.
4.
Stun tank, sword shield tank, two-handed tank,
Berserker, Sword Zerker, Blood Zerker,
gun zerker.
and Gun Zerker.
And they used to be more different.
They used to be a lot more different, and then there was a huge rework in Shadowbringers because a lot of what made them different was bad mechanics. Aggro used to be a lot more of a pain in the ass. Rotating your management of hate used to be much more of a pain in the ass. Rotating a lot of your stances used to be much more of a pain in the ass.
And it used to be that like Warrior had higher DPS. That's not true anymore.
Warrior was the I want to punch this while I am tanking. Paladin is I want to tank and not have much stress on my healers. And Dark Knight had to go back to school and figure out what its job identity was.
Dark Knight was, I'm going to press this button, and I really hope you're up to the job, healers, because if not, everyone's dying.
I have a button that makes the
mana
healer's brain
management.
explode.
And then mana management minigames. Heaven's Word Warrior was probably the most interesting a tank has ever been because you... Fell cleave.
Yeah. And I've been playing Warrior almost exclusively my entire time in Final Fantasy XIV, and well, I miss being able to be a DPS if I wanted to. Tanking's easier now.
Yes. Dark Knight's identity now is I have a button called the Blackest Night. I don't really need the rest of my kit. Blackest Night is probably the most powerful tank button. Just fuck this hit.
Now thinking about a time in a table game wherein a wizard on the team reinvented Fireball. In a very arcane equivalent of everyone invents cardboard.
Yes.
Discovered a bunch of forbidden ancient runes that were full of great power, found they could be used to make weird bullshit spells that are dangerous, and it was like, okay, how do I, like, kind of rein this in, though, and make it less extreme?
How do I shave the danger off this? Into something
How do I take these danger runes and convert them into something that's safe to use? And the result was, this is Elven script again.
Oops.
You were already using this the whole time. Congratulations. But I want stronger Fireball, then you have to pay a price. No!
Also, yeah, in a very specific stretch of the game's lifespan, which is no longer the case anymore, Warriors were one of the more insufferable class contingents that if you ever touched anything in their kit that was not like another 10% damage bonus, they would scream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, a bit of DPS.
And God help you if you make any other tank do their job a little better, because now Warriors feel threatened and they're going to scream again.
Thankfully, that seems to have stopped.
Yeah, after all tanks got squished into the pile that they are now, there's kind of less arguing over what tank is best, because they're kind of all the same. It is a matter of what aesthetic do you want, and what button specifically rotation.
What color do you want your particle effects to be?
And there are individual tricks. Paladins are still better at parrying. Paladins are better at sustaining themselves. Tanks do, warriors still do more damage, and they do have the burst cycle. Dark Knights are strange, and still, like, Dark Knights are still in a weird spot in terms of what they want to be, except they also have, Blackest Knight, so it doesn't matter, because that's their identity. And Gunbreaker is just, do you want to do cool combos?
The Gunbreaker is, do you want to have the coolest particle effects?
What is the best tank particle effect? As a Dark Main, I am again privy to the Blackest Knight, because it actually looks pretty cool as well as being really good. Although Fellcleave, shoutouts to Fellcleave.
Yeah.
Gunbreaker, do you want to be a devout subject of our very real queen who definitely exists? She's right over there.
Oh wait, what am I talking about? The Get Behind Me Paladin one with the wings.
Oh yeah, the shield, the giant shield, yeah.
That's actually the best one, yeah.
Giant mirror prepared.
The best warrior particle effect is just the ending of Shadowbringer's main plot, so...
Yes. I mostly played Monk. Eventually, when I got super deep in, got to... I switched to Dancer in the middle of Stormblood and Shadowbringer grind because 5.0 Monk was a real bad decision that they did. Then I leveled Black Mage and Dark Knight, so I would have all 4 rolls have a level 80, so I could do the role quests and stuff. And Black Mage is really fun. I can absolutely understand the allure of, like, no, I'm not moving, you move.
Yeah, my 2 boomerangs are on parts right now. So knives it is.
Knives indeed. Is that a dog?
I believe that might be Morse's dog. Yeah.
That is my dog, yes. He is
You
very
spoil that
upset
dog.
that I am, that I'm not staring at him. What do you want?
What
Oh.
name?
Push that dog.
Morse's dog is an extremely jealous of any attention kind of dog. From
I can relate to that.
Okay, team re-established. So...
Okay, the problem is he wants to go out, so I will be right back.
Yeah.
Alright, Thief is here to be incredibly powerful.
Thief is wild good in Fest.
We now are never obliged to fight any escapable random encounter. Thief cannot be ambushed. Thief will almost always go first. Thief has its own auto-escape. Ninja also has an auto-escape.
Thieves is more convenient for Fest on Fast because
Yes,
it doesn't have an
it doesn't
animation
have the
attached to it.
animation. There's no stank.
Yeah.
And you were still in the... Oh, right, you've learned Mix. You have learned Mix. How much more Mix do I want to propagate? Lots.
What just happened? Oh.
Well,
Right.
now we're... And that's the rest of the story of my father.
Metallica's just like, what the hell are you talking about? That is the most confusing pacing I've ever heard.
Anyway, now that we have mortally wounded their chief, we are welcome here in Wolftown.
I mean, that does track for werewolves. Of like, wait, you broke all the boss's ribs and he's possibly going to die? Damn!
Yeah, that sounds right for werewolves, yeah.
Just pick up Requiem for the hell of it.
Where is your fangs and claws? How'd you do that? Did you take a bite? What do you mean you just punched him? Holy shit!
How'd you do that with your meat hands?
What did they do with all the sheep? Where did they all go?
There's still some
That's good.
sheep. Sprite limits mean that
one
here's
sheep. No,
three
oh,
sheep.
there they are. There's 3 sheep.
The
Oh.
sprite
Also-
limits mean that they're just off over here now.
Though also, so mechanics, environmental storytelling, there is a fellow over here in the inn who will give you lunch. Each time that you ordered lunch, a sheep vanishes from the yard.
Oh, cool.
After 3
Oh,
sheep
you-
have been depleted, he'll be like, sorry, we're out.
Okay.
Come back another time. Right, so darts has no magics. Does have weapons. Do bring weapons. Do get very important weapon, killer bow. Don't need any throwing stuff.
Cat's here.
Nice.
I mean, if it's a werewolf serving you lunch, the werewolf is probably eating most of the sheep. And then there's 4 people involved, so that's a decent amount of sheep.
Or wait, hold on. Second shop here is who I want to interact with. Yes. Headbands, sashes. Well, some, not other. I'm gonna end up standardizing equipment again when we get to more.
So how smart is the optimize button in this game?
It just tries to pick largest primary stat, which means it gets easily confused by accessories.
You'll
And once you
usually
have
get
any
your
of
weapon right.
the cursed gear, it will auto-equip that because it's very smart.
Of course. I wonder if they originally intended for more party members, or they just put 6 beds because 6 looks better.
And there's variable numbers of beds in
Yeah, it
different
depends on
inns.
where you go. Bone mail, friend to all runs, has never betrayed anyone in any circumstance.
Bone mail can only make you stronger. Bone mail saves time. It's canon.
It saves a lot of time, actually, yeah.
Bone mail is any percent tech.
Are we actually gonna let that fight rock for once, or are we gonna bone mail it?
It does what it do. We have 4 of them.
Ah, this is the cave where the zombie dragons live. Okay.
Yes, welcome to Dragon Valley, where there are many dragon corpses. Anyway. Skeleton.
Skeleton, turn around the sword.
And as we all know, undead tyrannosaurs love the taste of Moogle.
They hate
And I
the
love
taste
the
of
taste.
Phoenix.
I mean, have you ever been to Phoenix?
Bear fears the sand.
And now Moogle is showing us the road to place.
House.
Showing us the
Okay.
coward's road.
Alright. Now for another shot of perfectly ordinary crossing the desert where nothing bad ever happens when you touch the. Yeah!
Sand!
Like a zombie version of sandworm.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad an idea is this?
It's fine.
With this crew, dude. You may know that haste is being put on everyone.
Pretty sure I can slow you down. So there's the main threat that this thing poses.
It knows the secret of math.
It can do the put you to 1-digit health thing, but for the whole party.
Yes.
So if you have good, fast recovery and can survive that, you're alright.
Also, it is sand. There's a lot of sand. I think it's heavy.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Not immune to slow or stop or anything like that, but it is heavy, so it doesn't last very long. Well, stop doesn't last very long.
Yeah, slow is persistent. If I can get it to land, it's reasonably dodgy.
How can you tell if it's hit?
The
goes.
animation will play if it works.
Ah,
If nothing happens, then the effect doesn't go off. If the animation goes off, then it. Oh, hello.
Good thinking, Berserker.
Is heavy, but not immune to instant death, so some things will work on it still.
If I had a destroy of some sort.
Yeah.
well, you've got the scythe.
Are you grass?
That is blocked by heavy, I'm pretty sure. Because that's casting the death spell on it, and it's immune to the death spell by being heavy.
Okay. I'm surprised at how reliable birds are.
Don't say
We are
that
at
too
the
loud.
level for maximum birds.
We are, but also.
So you can have lap time. Go on. Good girl.
Safe, Berserker.
Berserker's fine.
It's fine.
Oh, we're back here.
Everything about that situation is under control.
How are you?
Wait, isn't this the cave that you came out of?
No.
Okay.
And there's this asshole.
Oh?
Well, that was weird.
I appreciate Poison Eagle.
Bone. Then there's this asshole.
You're not gonna help him, huh?
You know what you did.
That is one of these summons for something.
Yes. Oh no, help, I've been accosted by brigands. There's an asshole.
Hey, Darren.
Hmm?
Your mic does occasionally pick up whatever fan is going on at the time, by the way.
Oh, oops, hang on. Yeah, let me just adjust that. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Don't get it.
Okay, the game's adjusted, so it shouldn't randomly turn on and off.
Oh, there's grass.
Perfectly ordinary growth form, grass.
Yeah, it's hate tuber. Alright.
A leafy demon.
Oh boy, your claws are
Thrash
fresh.
killed all the dragons.
Yes. This is why there are so many zombie dragons around.
Very sharp claws. I've always wondered why my pants mysteriously just like decompose faster than other people's for some strange reason. Like, oh, it's got holes in them and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knives.
it's because I've got a thing with knives on its limbs on my lap all the time. Yeah,
That'll
it's
do
like
it.
until like my late 20s. I didn't put that together.
Of course, the Dragon
worth
Pod
it,
is the
though.
last fight in the entire game. Well, last boss fight in the entire game where kick is useful.
Right, this team has just exited the castle. Adventurer awaits. Let's go bring weapons.
Oh, itchy spot. You should get some ear cleaner and clean out her ears. I have a problem with the way that the screen is on the 7th millionth viewing of this battle screen. Where is that shadow in the bottom third coming from?
The far wall. The wall that we can't see.
Yeah, the
because we
foreground
revealed
wall.
it.
The one that has,
The,
you know,
the
has
sun is
gaps.
across in the background. You can
Wait
see
a minute, yeah.
the sun over there. So the light is not coming from the foreground.
Oh,
But the
that's
shadow
because the
is.
enemy have put up a giant.
So the
giant
railings
searchlight.
have, you know, slots in them, so there should be some light peeking through there.
Actually, no, that's not a shadow. That's just water staining. There was a leak.
Yeah, that's different rock.
Just in a straight line.
Yep,
Yeah.
there was a leak.
They had to replace that part of the
Oh,
bridge.
it's the bike lane.
Damn.
Actually, you
Traffic
know,
on the big
if your big bridge was made up of cobblestones, but it had 2 different colors of cobblestones on either side, you know, and you assemble them that way, that actually would look very handsome.
That would be a
look
lane.
good
There
over
would be a
top.
good lane system too.
Oh, and kind of sloughed off. There you go.
Oh
The
yeah,
line
you
in
can
here,
steal
pretty
Genji
much
gear,
Not from
and you
this
got a
fight.
samurai. Not
Boat
from this
is
one,
the first
yes, but
instant.
yeah, but you can.
This is a run where Genji can occur. Do I have any? I do have beverages. Huge.
Enlarging. Embiggen.
Get huge. Go fast. Convert body to steel. Other helpful advice.
It's
You do have
hugely
drinks.
Nice. It's hugely overshadowed by mix, and justifiably, but drink is pretty good as just 4 separate
Yeah.
useful buffs.
Yep.
I want to play Minecraft in 2021. It sounds like it looks pretty cool.
Luck.
I don't want to. One, I don't
This
know
is
where to
your
go
warning.
to find the ancient hieroglyphs I need to get my Minecraft account back. Like, what site the fuck do I even go to anymore?
I think what you have to do is you have to go to the Minecraft site and then go
We'll have to
translate
go to
your old
Mojang's
Minecraft
on that.
account to a Mojang account, and then set that up.
Nixel,
It would be easier just to buy. use
so
Minecraft.
Nixel is supreme, absolute wizard knower of all Minecraft. Go ask her anything you have any questions.
Yeah,
about
that makes
Minecraft.
sense. She is about the age for that. Actually, wait, which one of our friends knows all the Roblox shit?
None of us that I'm aware of. I mean, technically me, by virtue of overlooking them with, like, library stuff, but not, like, deep gnosis.
Did bring exactly 1 turtle shell from another planet.
Is that an invasive? Well, no, it's not really invasive, is it?
Shells don't breed.
That's your knowledge.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's an assumption you just made right there.
There's only one of them. Of course they don't breed.
Not that
Parthenogenesis,
attitude.
Or
motherfucker.
bold of you to assume they're not parthenogenic.
I know they're not because that's not how they get into the inventory.
Fair.
Well, someone has never done dupe glitches. Yeah, this is the for Final Fantasy V here. We are playing on the GBA version, the GBA version, the GBA version, and the GBA version.
Pretty
that
much.
Just another day on Prototype Island.
So, there is a BizHawk shuffler set up to switch between 4 different runs after a set amount of time has passed.
Sorry, Hope.
Jobs
So there-
were assigned.
Sorry, I didn't know there. Sorry.
This cat pulling a Miette on you.
Yeah, she was in. I extended my leg to, rest better, and then I accidentally bumped her.
Yep. And,
So now, of course, I feel like a giant monster.
and,
You
yes.
kick me at? Kick her like the football?
1,000 views. The greatest thing is the picture of Miette, and everyone's response to it is inevitably, that's exactly the kind of cat I was imagining.
Yeah, it's a fluffy white cat, basically, or somewhat white cat.
Like it's a calico white cat.
Yeah, I love cats.
Oh, hey, we may get to finally find out what the fourth job is.
Someday.
How far are we in prototype grind?
Good question.
135 out of 300, 160 out of 300.
Legendary tick that was carrying a switchblade.
Yeah, the other thing is that everyone knew Miette was a cat, despite the original tweet never saying a word about it.
So why are we doing the prototype grind again?
Because
It
this
is-
is an
Because it's
extremely
faster to do
efficient
this now.
source of XP
Yeah.
and AP.
This is the most efficient grind available in this part of the game, period. And as has been shown during the speedrun versions of Fest over the past couple of years, no, it will actually give you like a solid 2-hour return in speed on investment.
Karts is
The-
currently in last, but Karts will likely catch up eventually because of this right here.
The
Not
power
just
move
catch.
with Beastmaster is to get everyone else the ability to catch and release monsters.
Not just catch up, I would not be surprised if Karts ends up in first for a little bit. Especially depending on fourth job.
My assumption right now is, given that the other jobs available to Karts, is that without like taking into account fourth job being extremely powerful and useful, Karts will maybe overtake at some point and then stay on par, and then lag behind a little bit at the end again.
The end for needing to stuff things in the gourds and load and fire and not being able to blitz through their void as fast. Thief being able to just go, no thanks, I don't want any, to the back third of the game is pretty powerful.
And random encounters in the back third, especially in the Rift, can be in the crystal zone of the Rift. Random encounters are enormously dangerous. They're nightmares. Every single one of them's a boss fight.
Yep.
Good old King Behemoths all over the. This was a game that didn't have regular behemoths in it until the GBA port. It just had King Behemoths.
King Behemoth shows up in the void and it does King Behemoth things all over you.
I
And there's
feel
the
like
crystal
that's a very
dragons.
messed up society.
It's not a society. It's the
Every
void.
behemoth is a king.
Yeah.
I read up something.
Honestly, if everyone was royalty, that means that there's no one is royalty. That makes it egalitarian, fundamentally.
I have had
Everyone
to
has
think
maximum
chaos because no
privileges.
one. Yes, but I think that means that it also becomes ultimate chaos because everyone has the maximum privilege of law does not affect me.
Which
Isn't
means
that
there are no
anarchy?
laws.
It's just anarchist.
That's
Yeah.
anarchy.
That's fine.
That's
Yeah,
anarchy with
fine,
fancy
yeah.
hats.
Yeah, that is basically anarchy, except everyone has their own fancy hat.
Now the problem
everyone
that you
just acts
get
like an
into,
asshole.
the problem is that, all right, so it's anarchy where everyone gets fancy hats. Every single person's a king. It doesn't really matter. But then you get into succession laws.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
What if everyone's an elective monarch?
Oh no!
All right,
Ugh.
it's Gavelkind and you can't change it. Every single person has Gavelkind
Oh,
succession.
no!
No. I hate this society already.
I mean, as Morgan is pointing out, yeah, this is still extremely, actually anarchy as practiced is getting into meetings, taking down minutes for meetings, getting nothing done because you're arguing in the meetings. about what you should be
Assemble
arguing about
the
in
council.
meetings. Yes. Also, belatedly, what do I think of the repixel versions coming to Steam? It's nice that it's going to be on computer. Emulators are still nice because they have a lot of functions that usually these ports don't have, although they are getting them slowly. And I personally think that the redrawn style of the art in most of the forward port remakes for HD looks hideous.
Well, Well, the repixel ones don't look like that. They've got entirely different art style.
Oh, they're doing a new.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
new.
Yeah.
It's they actually paid an artist to go there and make new sprites.
Okay,
And
shit.
what
I'm
they did-
actually gonna have to pay attention to that then.
Yeah, so they redid all of the art for. Redid all of the art for all 6 games. Is what
Honestly,
it is.
I think it looks pretty good. I bought them already.
feel-
I'm excited to see what it turns
looks-
out.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Part of it is too that they what do you call it? The redone sprites, I think for at least some of them don't look as good. They kind of simplified them down in some places. But
Yeah,
they're still leagues better than the the HD.
They're not
versions.
like
Yeah.
vectorized pixel art.
The horrible, weird, bloated, weird, curvy shape drawn on top of the sprite ones.
The only thing that I think is really wrong with it, I would say, is that the text, the choice is kind of bad.
Yeah, the font choices I have heard things about.
That's
No,
probably something people will mod pretty quick.
I would also imagine that I'm disappointed but not entirely surprised some of the sprites got simplified, because, like, look at Zeromus' sprite. What is that? Tell me what Zeromus is!
Crab.
I'm also coming from the
Well-
perspective of I've never played any NES game on hardware. I've never even owned a NES, never even looked at a NES. Not even really a SNES either. I didn't play SNES games.
I owned a NES. It was not. It was very strange hardware.
I played on a
Zeromus
friend's
is Moon Crab.
I played on a friend's SNES all the time, and yeah, odd hardware.
What I am interested in is to see what they do with Final Fantasy II, if they keep it the weird sort of Frankenstein saga game that it is, or if they are cowards and
I mean, is it like full game remakes down to the mechanics and systems, or is it just an art overhaul?
it's the full remake.
We don't know yet.
They've already
as far
done
as, like,
ports of
mechanical
2 that
overhauls.
preserve the thing that 2 is.
Yeah.
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 We don't know exactly how much of a mechanical overhaul that any of these are, though.
Anyway, stepping away a moment.
I would hope they're
Probably
bug
not
fixes and
much.
that's about it.
For some of the games, yeah, but for others, I actually hope that they actually retain some of the bugs in them, because some of the bugs were actually good for the.
And some were actually active.
Evade
helpful.
actually working in Final Fantasy VI is a problem. Evade becomes
Really?
not a good
Yes.
thing. Yeah,
Hard mode mod turns evade back on, and that's one of the problems.
yeah.
There's probably a certain thing to be said of like, well, this is how the game was when it was popular, so everyone remembers it working like this. And like, even if it is like by some scientific measure, which is impossible to measure it at all, really, like objectively better, it's not still going to be successful. And that, like, no, that's still not the thing people played back in, whatever the fuck on the emulator they could do that. It's a weird thing.
I remember when the ports for the I am blanking on the Nintendo console name before the Switch.
Genesis.
The Wii U.
Yeah, they when they did the Wii port of a bunch of N64 games, I remember being worried that for Ogre Battle 64 they were going to take out the item duping glitch.
That would require way too much work.
Yeah, they didn't take it out, and in fact, as far as I can tell, they just made an N64 emulator. So
Yeah, that's usually how it works.
but for that game, you needed the item duping glitch because otherwise your alignment was completely uncontrollable. And that was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Rare when bugs actually beneficially cover design flaws, but it happens.
Yeah. Yeah, because the thing with that game was you had to match the unit alignment had to match the morale value of the town you were taking, or else it would be a capture, and that would lower an invisible number in the game that would determine how good an ending you got. But the way alignment works is it would go up if you defeated a unit that had lower alignment than you, and it would go down if you defeated one with higher alignment than you. But it would also go up if you defeated a unit that was higher level, and down if you defeated one that was lower level. And the net effect of this, because all of the characters in a unit would also trend towards the same alignment, was you would end up with units that were either max law or max chaos and nothing in between. So to
And
control this,
could not move from those.
yes, and to control this, you needed to get the alignment shifting items, but a single use of those items didn't do much. So you needed large numbers of those items, which were for sale nowhere. So the only effective way to get enough to make the game playable was to dupe them.
Many of these older games are better when you actively take advantage of the exploits and the cheats and the bugs, because that ends up being a better playflow than the one they intended to design. Again, as mentioned, FF6 turns out Evade was a really bad mechanic, and it was for the best that no one ever actually got to touch it.
Who knows? Some of that stuff just might be like, we're about to ship and this doesn't really seem to be working, so, oh no, it's broken. Ha ha, shame. Oops, the cartridges are out. Well, can't fix it. Well, that would be weird because 6 had a pretty okay death cycle, didn't it?
Yes, it did. 6's problems were not due to the cycle problem. It was more, they were more or less pushing the possible.
6 had the opposite of usual problem of they finished the original scope that they have planned ahead of schedule and under budget enough that they were like, well, we should do more.
Yeah, it was.
Is that why there's so many characters?
And why there's
that's why the World of Ruin is relatively sparse on content. The Floating Continent was not built as a fake final dungeon, it was built as a real final dungeon.
Yeah. The World of Ruin was there as like, well, I guess we can do more, and then it realized, okay, we can't do that much more.
Oh yeah, because they would have been running out of space on the cart, wouldn't they?
Yep. And the base design of 6 was already kind of pushing the limits of what they could do with the hardware at the time, in terms of making it do complete nonsense. Everything, I'm nowhere near the full scholar of hardware and software and things like that, but what I am aware of how FF6 is put together is more than a lot of games of that generation, and this is a generation with Earthbound. There are a lot of ones that had this, but it is held together by prayer.
I know that FF6 uses every single piece of space on that cart.
Yes.
To the point that there are parts where the music can change how the game works.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just fill the console full of irresponsible amounts of data and hope to God.
Yep.
And yes, as far as this conversation subject that was, I suppose, happening moments before I got back, the evade bug in 6, that is firmly into one of those, how would you notice it was there? Yes. Like, no, actually, put yourself in the testing environment of compile and run the code and play it, and you have no other
input.
You have no other debugging tools while it is in motion, unless you put valuable dev hours into building them yourself out of stone and bearskin.
And when you have a QA team, no, you don't. Come on.
Yeah, so things ends up being, though, is like why I think that actually fixing the evade bug in 6 was a mistake.
Because it was then in practice calibrated around the evade curve that was implemented.
That didn't exist.
Yes.
Yeah. That was the conversation, was bugs in games that ended up helping it long term. Example, other one was Ogre Battle 64 item duping to manipulate your alignment, because the way they expected you to do it did not work. Thinking
The
about
only way you're
speed-
going to notice if the evade rate in practice is out of alignment with the nominal numbers you wanted it to be is if you collect statistically significant amounts of battle data and then run the numbers, and no one is going to do that.
Not only that, statistically significant amounts of non-expected use case battle data.
Yes.
Deliberately doing a shit ton of over-leveled and under-leveled runs. Which, no QA team is doing that.
Yes, clearly we need the QA team to do speed runs of the game. This will definitely help and not make things go stupid.
Relatedly, somebody mentioned thinking about speedruns that involve heating the cartridge. Yo, I want to hear about that.
That was
Oh,
Dragon
yeah.
Quest III for a while.
Yeah, that was the Dragon Quest III. The world record was done by heating the cartridge to alter certain data values with a hot plate.
Fucking amazing.
That technique was obsoleted at some point, so hot plates are no longer necessary, but
That's
A
fucking
bit of a
great.
There was a
shame, but
time.
also
I can only imagine that when whoever came up with that idea did it, they had to sit down and go, okay, so we do have to make a category for having a hot plate, but count that as modding? What do we... What's this?
I believe technically you would have to call it a tool-assisted speed run.
Yeah, you would! Because, like, how do you classify that in the usual speedrunning categories? It's just when you are physically altering the cart.
I mean, it's just a peripheral.
To be fair, there are speedrun categories where you start by playing a completely different game.
Yeah, like, and then swapping in and out cartridges
Yes.
and stuff like that.
Grass defeated. Fortunately, by defeating the grass, we have located grass.
That makes sense.
Golem knows what he did.
Yeah, alternatively, I really want to get it, 'cause I can understand post hoc how you get there. I want to be like periphery to the series of thoughts that lead people to going, what if I put this cartridge on like a stovetop and then play it?
Typically, I believe the way these things start to happen is someone notices a very strange bug and
Yeah.
then starts trying to replicate it.
Yeah, and I realized it would be like because of the physical warping of certain certain bits of the hardware at certain temperatures. You could narrow it down to so, okay, if I heat the temperature to this exact value, I can guarantee that this set of data on the physical hardware is going to be manipulated. The question is how you get there. How do you figure that out?
In this case, my best guess would be very hot dorm room.
Fucking hell, you're probably right.
Yeah, the temperature the cart needs to reach is not stove temp.
Okay, so
But
yeah,
heat
there would be
wave temp.
somebody had the weird cursed card of DQ3 that had an unreplicatable bug, and then had to figure that out. Is probably what happened. Yeah, and the 64 speedrun bug that had Cosmic Ray make it happen because they ran out of other explanations. I do
Ghosts.
remember that one.
Yeah.
Sometimes the grand, fucking Boltzmann brain consciousness of the universe decides, yo, check this trick shot out.
Right, so I feel like eventual builds for this team, are rapid fire, rapid fire, rapid fire,
Yeah, you
rapid
have
fire,
your
rapid fire, rapid fire, rapid
You
fire. This is
have
attack
your strat-
team. They
This
have
is rapid-
swords.
This is rapid fire and guild toss, and you're good.
Yeah, possibly have more people with Zenonage than Rapid Fire, but Rapid Fire adventure awaits.
Oh my god. The DQ3 bug was discovered because another bug was discovered to be more common in summer and rather than winter on hardware. That's great!
Yeah, that tracks out. Just like, we're poor dorm students, and we're playing this
And
game
we're-
without AC.
And we're also incredibly meticulous enough to start modeling and doing statistical regressions on every factor we can possibly think of, including time of day and time of year. And then you finally realize, wait, hang on, the p-value for summer is actually significant? What?
The speedrunning community gets into some really in-depth science.
Yeah, no, like, they basically are following the same shit as a lot of, like, theoretical and research sciences, and that's why I love
It's
it so
science.
much. Yeah. You are doing computer science in an unorthodox manner.
Arrive at this town, and for many teams, what you do at this town is walk past it because it has nothing you need or want that you can't get later.
I think
This is Chemical Team, though, so this is your first
Yes.
access to holy water.
I'm still amazed at like the arbitrary code execution discoveries with like Link to the Past, or not Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
Like, people tear that game open and they're still discovering new ways to make it break.
Ocarina, I feel like, is one of the games that they're not going to run out of ways to break it for another decade. Like, yeah, sure, I Sleep, Super Mario World has a new way of doing something wacky. Yeah, everyone in the universe is touching that. Ocarina of Time finds new, interesting ways to get weird every year or two.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time, you look away for 2 years and suddenly we've found ways to rewrite the game from within the game. Like, it turns out if you do a specific set of sword moves in the right location, you can rewrite the game's code.
Arbitrary code execution, for which you need to be able to reliably put the analog stick in certain positions.
Yes. On the N64. And yes, Black Mesa was a GDQ, and some very cool and talented person did work on it.
My favorite thing about that was my boss donated specifically to establish the lore that Vortigoths are the only alien race that can use N64 controllers correctly. There was like an animal fact thing going on. He's just like, fun fact.
Accurate.
That's just science.
Wish I had a third hand to use N64 correctly. The wild and crazy things I could do with a third regular-sized hand.
Where would it come out of your body?
Ribs.
It would
Ribs?
come out of my body, so that's fine. You know, that's the thing.
Well, I'm just saying, are we going for radial symmetry here? Would you have 3 arms equidistant from each other around your trunk?
You know the flag to the Isle of Man?
Wheel horse, yes.
God. I think, thinking about it, my favorite speedrunning story, and there are a lot of them if I really go into all of them, if I had to pick my absolute favorite one, it was the fraud time on the Atari 2600 racing game that someone got so fixated on how this can't be possible that they more or less deconstructed the entire game down to the atomic components and proved that, like, pure, like, laws of mathematics, no, this can't be.
Chart out by hand the fastest possible run.
Like, not even tassing it, just actually going into the code to prove there is no anything that could ever do this without modifying it.
Just sand things.
What? You hungry? You want food from me? All right.
It was a International Superstar Soccer. Is that the one where they just start turning the scoring system into absolute chaos and just showing off? Yes, yes, okay. Oh no, own goal. Yes, I'm thinking of the right one.
I like how every time you accidentally confuse the thing, the Berserker decides, no, I'm not putting up with
No,
it.
no, fight me! Fight me!
Honor.
Show me your honor.
Sand is grass.
Oh, shit! So I guess that does bypass heavy, or it isn't heavy. One of the two.
Sand is grass. Heavy is not immune to death. It is immune to percentages. Mostly.
Right.
It's mostly protection from gravity and gravity adjacent. And again.
Is it possible to flee Sandcrawler, or do you have to fight this?
Just crossing the desert. Who would fear the desert? Fools.
Unasked question.
You should not have wrote a named horse.
It's fine. We are entirely equipped for sand adventures.
Gordon, it's fine.
So, I just want to know what the game thinks a cactus is.
That?
Okay, fair.
Cactuar had not been invented yet.
Correct.
So instead, a cactus is a mouse wearing a spine-covered shell.
Yes. It's in the desert. It's covered in knives. That's a cactus. There we go. There's the slow. Sand is
Oh
grass.
well, problem solved.
Levels are gained, beverages earned,
Promotions.
promotions. A village for bears.
Was this the first game with Moogles?
No.
No.
3 was the first game with Moogles, I think. Because 2 had the beavers or badgers, I forget which. And then those evolved into becoming Moogles.
Is
This
that
is the
how that
debut
works?
of the Moogle theme. That track becomes associated with Moogles going forward. So in the process of doing this, the Karts is going to reach end of World 2 levels in World
Yes.
1. And then roll
Nothing-
through World 2 already ready to complete it.
Karts is going to show up in World 2 and not stop for anything.
Stop only to collect frogs. FF2 concept art Chocobo is the only real and correct Chocobo. Elevate yourself to a proper understanding of the walking bird.
That motherfucker looks like it's from a Ralph Bakshi cartoon.
3 stories tall, made entirely of skin.
These bones, they're made of skin. My feathers? Yeah, I don't got any. It's all just skin.
Oh, these old things?
That's my skin collection. You can call me the skin collector. I collect skin.
Honestly, I'm surprised that FF14 has not brought back the giant skin chocobo at some point.
Because they're cowards.
The standard walking Chocobo is a stark, glossy, glistening light that will blind you with even a candle's flame.
Maybe that's what moon chocobos will look like.
Moonbird.
I wish I was around for the bird science, because it's
The winged wooden bird embodies a complete absence of light.
bird science is transformatory.
No rays can escape the event horizon of the flying Chocobo. From this, it draws its power.
Chocobos were tamed by giving them lettuce.
Cabbage.
How can you tell?
You know what's good?
I've eaten it.
Scientists. Look, now that they've decided that botanists will become a fighting class, just wait until
God,
Fisher
I'm
gets
still
their
so
turn.
happy about that!
Wait, what?
Reapers were botanists
Oh.
who got mad and decided to make a deal with the
yeah,
devil.
Right. Yes.
Garlean botany. Direct to the dome. Embrace the dark side of agriculture.
Class. That's gonna be a really fun class.
I'm
I
probably
think.
going to, unless the class totally sucks to play, I'm probably going to switch to Reaper, and I don't care if it makes me the edgelord. Or the person doing everything on the new class.
My
Dark
line is a
Knight's right
tool
there.
of justice.
I mean, I'm gonna stick with Warrior, but that's because I can't leave. Warrior is my home. I only know how to do one thing, and it's tank.
Now, if you implement Beastmaster as weaponized Fisher, not whip, but rod and reel, you throw the net, you catch the big fish.
Those are dangerous words you're saying.
The only animals I can control are fish, and I need nothing else. But
The
what does
ascended
Miner
Beastmaster who has recognized that all things are fish.
become? But what does Miner become?
Warrior.
Well, an adult, right?
Sama.
Prototype Island.
It took me a bit to catch that one, but I'm proud of you.
We have 97 atoms. Look at the bear. This fool. This rube.
Do we have to look at the bear?
This charlatan.
Is this party ready for sand?
It's got chemist.
So, yeah.
Just normal desert things, like cactus.
Cactus that you cannot run from.
There's no escaping cactus, they are everywhere.
Would you want to run from cactus?
Oh, for the person in chat, if you're ever discombobulated as to why we are suddenly switching around from place to
The
place,
laws of
with
the
seemingly
universe
no
mean
warrant.
nothing.
First of all, that. Second of all, this is actually 4 simultaneous runs of Final Fantasy V Fiesta at the same time. There's a shuffler plugged into BizHawk that will go through the ROMs in random order after a certain amount of time has passed, with more likelihood the longer the time goes. And we are in the whims of fate as to what ones we touch at any given time.
This is the Fiesta Cube. It is 4-day simultaneous Fiesta.
In each day, there are 4 corner elements.
You're educated freelancer.
Earth and water aren't
we're
elements.
Moogles now? How did that happen?
So
They have a costume.
they have a costume that fits humans in there. Don't think about it.
Boogles aren't real. This is a ruse.
I'm willing to accept that they have it. I just want to know why.
So
There are
I've,
no
ar-
Boogles.
so I've arrived in cosplay land. Got it.
Wait, how do we know any of these Moogles are actually Moogles and not
There's
people
no
who
such
say
thing as
they're
a
Don't think
Moogle.
about it.
Moogles? What happens if a Moogle puts on the Moogle costume?
That one's the king.
Have you heard of the concept of an idempotent element of a group?
No?
It's an element of a group, though when you apply it to itself, it does nothing.
Ah.
Prototype Island.
I'm glad that we get to check in on carts every so often.
The wheel is spoken, and it delivers island time. Let's look at this beach background.
Yeah,
It
carts
only
is
happens
having
on
a summer
corner tiles
vacation.
of landscape, like these ones.
Carts is on summer vacation, and what he's doing is blowing up robots.
Convincing robots to blow themselves. It just knows the firmware password for all of these things, and then just kind of fucks with the engine until it falls
Thinking
over.
about the montage from the second Tremors film.
Yes! Oh man, I need to rewatch Tremors. It's been long enough.
You know what I need to rewatch? Howling 4, Rise of the Marsupials.
What in the hell is that?
We are now holding 99 atoms of
The
dark
Howling
matter.
is a series of horror movies about werewolves. Except for Howling 4, which is about were-kangaroos.
Oh, ugh.
The Howling is a very strange movie series, and I like it a lot. It's very silly.
phase of the horror franchise life cycle of what do you mean make another one?
That was a one-off, right? We're never making that
We're
again.
done. We told you we were done. What do you mean
What
they
do you
sold
mean?
more?
What do you mean you'll give me that much money?
It's also known as Tremors 4 of like, we were done. They're still buying it? Fuck it, it's the Old West.
We
They
already
made
sent
more.
we already sent Jason to space. What do you want from us? Someone's saying Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter,
Yep.
and I'm just thinking about Final Fantasy 13-3.
That was the final chapter, at least, right?
Yeah, after that they went to volumes. But that's the only one that's a chapter. The rest of them are parts.
Look, I will hear nothing against my good friend Majin Buu.
I, whoever will.
It is interesting to think about the full arc of Dragon Ball of doing its own thing early, then jumping over to like the weird sci-fi middle phase that onboarded enough people that when it went back to normal from that, people were weirded out.
Yeah, early Super had a lot of people confused as, wait, Dragon Ball's a comedy slice of life show?
Wait, where'd the
Yes.
numbers go? Where's the space opera?
Gosh, GT, why did GT?
GT
Yeah.
is what happens when people stop paying attention and someone else gets to do the writing.
Yeah, Post Cell also had, Saiyaman arc. Saiyaman arc was very
Yeah.
good.
Saiyaman was good. Most of Majin Buu was good. Most of it, especially the parts with Majin Buu and not the other Buu, the evil Buu.
I've actually been recently rewatching it lately with a friend of mine in Greece, and yeah, it starts to drag in the during the tournament section, waiting for Majin Buu to wake up for sure.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that part as I remember it, but that's mostly because that part had 18 in it.
Hmm.
And it's kind of a mark for anything with 18 in it.
There's a good 5 episodes or so where Goten and Trunks, for part of the episode, are just heading towards the chamber. And we're just like, okay, why aren't they there yet? They're some of the fastest things alive. Why is it still happening? The padding is real.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Arts is here at Vale. Here on another planet with a single atom to his name. I can work with that. They don't need to standardize gear here. the main converging point for buying new gear in World 2 is when you make it to more. I also could have went and got the angel robe for the chemist, but yeah, whatever. We'll do that on the way back.
So is that atom destined to be tossed into a crystal?
That atom can go a lot of places.
An atom that will choose its own destiny.
Right, since there are thief teams, I do need to think about my stealing options. I could go loot myself a Twin Lance early when we get back. I'm fine with foregoing the first trip into the basement. Basement dives can happen later.
Cursed being. Yeah, that seems like an accurate descriptor.
We're talking about Elon?
Nothing is more cursed than that man cosplaying as the Marquis de Sade.
Didn't have to think about that or hear about that, thanks.
Yep.
Did you just say Marquis de Sade?
Yeah. Sod. Sure. But...
You got the Marquis part, but then not the Assad part. Yeah.
Oh.
Sheikh Al Jazeera, or whatever the fuck the fake one from Hitman is.
It's like a coup de grace versus coup de grace.
Coup de gravy. I'm tired.
It's a coup de grace. The P is not silent. It is a rebellious P.
Yeah, it's me every night.
Oh.
If I ran in an appliance chain store, my local commercials, I would loudly declare myself Fans Ferdinand. I'm gonna sell you a fan. Don't bring weapons to my store. Don't bring a Ruger Mark 23 or whatever the fuck shot him in the head.
I mean, this is a good thing to do, but we have more lawns to mow. So for now, that can be what it is. This bigger knife.
So Kryl is hunting for us with this dragon? Is that what's
Yes.
going on?
Why?
Guided by bear signal.
And that takes us to the castle that is under siege?
Yes.
Okay.
Beep.
Anyways. Can you
You're
strangle a
never under
robot?
siege on Prototype Island.
Does the robot have anything in its neck that, with sufficient physical pressure, would cut off its ability to function?
Does the
You could
robot have a
disconnect-
neck?
You could disconnect some SATA cables by strangling the stock bot.
Which part of it is the neck?
Well, the part where the head's attached to the torso.
What if it doesn't have a head?
Well, then it doesn't have a neck. You wouldn't have a neck with no head, right? That'd be stupid. Oh, so the neck is a social construct.
Are
It's not real.
giraffes a social construct?
Yes.
He thinks perpetuating the myth, buddy. It's just spine nub. Yeah, your head could be attached anywhere and you'd be fine. You could attach it to your ass. You'll be fine.
I feel like having your head up your ass would not be good for you.
1X
Well, not
Mastery of Beasts.
Like, you have to screw it on to the end of the tailbone.
Congratulations, Ferris, on reaching the end of your career. You are now a dragoon with a gourd. This is your purpose.
So,
Forever.
Alcoholic.
Aleph, you may now sheep up. Or farts should sheep up. Troll. Aleph can knight.
I wonder if anyone's ever had
Also
their ass
control.
replaced for medical reasons.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Like the entire ass. Well, not getting the inner workings, just the cheeks.
Yes.
Yeah, what if it got burned off?
Can you burn off your cheeks?
We mean they mean the
Probably.
bottom as well. We're talking about full ass replacement. We're not talking about like
Why else would there be an
surface
ass
replacement.
replacer, if not
Exactly. We're
to a
talking
Well,
about
privileged
okay.
asses?
Well, where is the
Real
ass
ass
and the pelvis start, right?
Dasha Setzer knows exactly where that begins and ends. Dash is mine.
I mean, I could confirm to chat there is such a thing as ass implants, for one.
That's an implant, but not a full replacement.
Like, I'm thinking like I was in a tragic ass-related accident, doctor, and I need
Yeah.
I need the cheeks of a willing donor.
Alright, so here's
The,
the
the
thing.
cheek displacement. Yeah.
Number one, are you requiring that it be from another person entirely and not your own vision?
Yes.
Then no. I can almost probably not.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, I
the
don't think
universe
anyone
does not allow
donates-
you.
I don't think
Unfortunately, the
organ
universe does
donors-
not.
Go on.
The universe does not allow, unfortunately, for the placement of muscle to more, to tendon to have it like actually fix itself again.
Oh well, then
However-
I was thinking I could have nanomachines in the ass and then put my personality in.
That's also fair. So then that means that later on, when your ass is then placed on a Russian, who is
Specifically
currently-
a Russian gunslinger.
yes,
So
then
instead of-
that means that you will possess the Russian to
So instead of
then
From
become.
the ass first.
So
Yes.
instead of grappling dramatically with
My name
his
is
hand,
Gluteus Snake.
so instead of grappling dramatically with his ghost hand, he would just grab his cheeks and flail?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Yes, he would have to wrestle for control with his ghost butt.
We're going to be going full pet detective on this.
He's completed 27 hits this way. Yeah, shit. Nice.
Oh, my ass!
Tony
My
Lazuda
ass
said
hurts!
hello.
Someone help me, my ass!
Tony Lazuda. Yeah, who of my
Oh,
teams have
Lazura
these?
sends for gods.
Could be thinking about these things. This is a team without thieves.
This team obeys the law.
This team will mow the lawn.
No, they won't.
Grass is grass. Art might be grass.
Maybe.
That's not the main art harvesting tool.
Well,
Having
5
survived
death is
art
the main
school,
tool.
if anyone ever asks me, "Is this art?" I will grow claws and lunge at them like some sort of werebeast. Just howling labels are fake. Just do whatever feels right. I won't tear someone's sternum apart.
The real question is not, is
2.4.
this art, but is this a pipe?
Where could my art be? Right, I spent much of my mana
2.4 seconds.
on sand. As you do.
Several murders ensue. Is there a different meaning to the word abduct besides stealing?
I believe it has to be stealing specifically people, but other than that,
So that dude just yoinks dudes.
Yes.
yes.
Glad he's dead.
I mean, his other name could just be Kidnapper, so.
He gets real mad if you just come out and say it, though.
Darts is coming back from the lawn, having defeated the lawn.
What do we call a kidnapping if the person's above the age of majority?
Probably
Goat napping.
Etymology's weird. Edamame's weird.
Edamame's alright. I ain't got no problem with it.
Tiny details that get built into the animations. Only Bart's hesitates to leap into the sewer.
Apparently, the origin of the word kidnapping was thieves' slang from the 1600s, so.
That rules. Shit.
Yeah, it was specifically referring to stealing children to ship off to the Americas to be servants.
Well,
Criminals are bad. I figured it would just be a good old-fashioned ransom. Do you think Ferris has ever ransomed anyone before? For doubloons or what have you?
what?
I mean,
The
he
only
is a
the
pirate.
only person of authority that you could ransom people too in the area in which she did piracy was her own father, so.
Plan was to ransom Lena back to the castle before adventure began. So
That's
Yeah,
true.
so they
That
definitely
was
got
the
it
plan.
It's probably like a very comedically like, oh no, we're being held by pirates, and they're still just being treated like a pretty good dinner. I've been able to now identify when the cat is out, the neighborhood cat so far, because they will just sort of scowl and shriek at anyone who passes by without paying them. It's a good cat.
Oh shit, I just realized I've got an extensive set of, like, what do you call them? Screwdriver heads and stuff like that. I could probably finally crack open my son and put some new batteries in them.
What?
My son.
Your son?
Yeah.
Is your son a Roomba?
Let's see if I've got any. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Oh, don't you bring that automaton out.
Oh no.
all right, I have screwdrivers. I could perform the ritual.
When did he remember he was a father?
Anyway, this is the scene. We have arrived with the grass. Dragon refuses the grass. Lena takes a big old crunch out of the grass and just stares the dragon square in the eye and says, "Take the grass."
Yep.
And then immediately falls over.
Falls over.
Dragon
dying
accepts the
of poison.
grass.
See? It's real healthy.
Also, poisons have antidotes. It's fine.
And the dragon is now so intimidated that it will accept the grass.
Yes.
Meanwhile,
This team is going to Dragon Valley to procure the grass. Dorkinson. Dorgan Klauser, which is a very real baseball player name.
Jorgen Klauser. The same definition as Mormon Jesus.
Dorgan Klauser. Galoof Baldasian.
Nope. Anyways.
Anyway.
And now Kryl has fallen over.
Kyle is just very tired.
I mean, it's hard not to be around these bozos.
It's a Tupolev. It's not the best at comfort.
Yes, now that that is settled, our objective of there is a great sage who is hundreds of years old on this planet. We should go visit. Acquire powerful wisdom.
The wisdom of pizza.
He's reached out to us by telepathically incapacitating a child, as he do.
Who is the quickest way? You understand.
But then,
Well, that Island just got killed.
alright, the main villain exists here and is an active force that is participating in the plot.
Yep.
Powerful wizard. He's trading shots with us.
Hello, hero, we'll help you, evil wizard. Are you sure about that?
Tree man and meat house.
I don't think a wizard said so.
Well, at least the siege is over.
This team, this is the next castle over. This is Galifsnaver.
Ah.
This team doesn't need anything from here, though, so I can just pass by. Or wait, there might be, like, next katana there? No, I'll find other katanas in places. Yeah, we're going over here. If we had stopped over there, they would be like, ah, we're doing a move.
Sports.
Other kingdom has assembled a fleet. Come out here and do the move.
Oh, hey, it's the fourth guy of the
It's
team.
fourth guy.
The man with the very straight... Is that a helmet or is that his hair?
Sure. Seems to be a hat. Just gonna do that fight thing tomorrow.
Gil is back again.
What is the sea if not the bridge of the wild? That's enough of that.
Island time.
Meanwhile, on Prototype Island,
Nice.
Are we in post-Bridge World on this timeline?
No. Don't need bridges on an island.
I think they're
Just you
still
and
in
the
World
sea.
1.
Yeah, we'll complete 2 people's beasts training. And in the process, also put further legwork into getting Bart's closer. He'll probably accumulate enough AP over the rest of the run. Two more. I don't think this team has fought Soul Cannon yet.
nope.
Nope.
I don't think so.
No, we haven't even.
No, we
touched
went
Soul
directly
Cannon.
to Prototype Island.
How many more prototypes must die?
This can be the last prototype. We go to production. Has learned catch. Time to become a knight who knows catch.
Is catch better than the normal bottle, or what?
It's other people can now also be able to catch while doing other jobs.
Yes, that is the point of the prototype grind. Is now we have the Beastmaster verb on top of something else.
Okay.
Like, if you run out Blue Mage, you could get a verb that will let you learn things, even if you were other classes. So if they can't pass a spell, it would get added to the book.
And you need to catch becomes release when you have a beast in storage. So this is necessary to let anyone be ready to store creatures and launch them.
Ah, shit, that pizza was really good.
Get another coral sword. Now everyone has a lightning weapon. That is most of my answer to Soul Cannon. Just have lightning weapons and poke it till it falls down. I can then also go collect some bears. Or if I check the list of World 1 creatures, we can go on an expedition. See if there is anything with a lightning attack. Yeah, sitting here at level 28, they are now... They have numbers for a while.
Mm-hmm.
If you somehow caught Skull Eater, that gives you a strong attack that breaks the damage cap, or hits the damage cap. You bite the skull. That's how we destroyed Kelgar's bones.
He wasn't using them anyway.
Right, this team is also here to acquire Killer Bow. The bow that kills. Just in case. Someday. And next level magic isn't going to happen until we get to more... Yeah, these are still... rank 4 spells. I should go actually refill. Sir. It's fine. Like, at various points, this and other teams will have to settle in somewhere and cover up their XP debt. The question is, when will that wall arrive? The deeper they can push their luck, the better. This team lacks a crowd control move. Reliable one. I have other tools that can fill that need, though. Or at least fill the needs of the fight that's about to happen. Right, yeah. Team that has Samurai doesn't have to worry about swords because Wind Slash is there, and then some other swords also happen. So that's fine. Eventually, when we get back to darts, that squad can draw a sword.
All right, now I tore my room apart and I have no AAA batteries anywhere.
I have some.
tragically, I
You want to
cannot
borrow one?
revive. Yeah, I can borrow one.
All right, I'll run over there.
Yeah, I'll take it. But yeah, so I can't just immediately revive my son, unfortunately. So, on the other hand, though, I did find a whole bunch of other stuff that I had forgotten about or thought I had missing.
Okay, right. Bear.
Like some
Sanded
dental floss.
bear. Store the sand bear for later use. Has 1,000 health. Need to leave 125. Need to do 875. By whatever means necessary.
Anyway, yeah, so I found some extra dental floss, some extra deodorant, and also my prescription sunglasses, which are a pair of aviators, which are an intense look right now with a handlebar mustache.
God.
Alright, I could just crush things with my weapons. That's an option. Also, you don't know two-handed yet. That's soon for you. Galif will be two-handing during Beam's fight. Alright, this should do. Two bears. Make my way up to 3 bear.
It's the bear library. The library.
Library, yes. The Ursulotech.
Donde?
The Arctosium.
Mr. Morgan asking to pop in on Fest night.
I don't think you have to ask. I think
Yeah,
if
you
you're
can just
allowed in,
hop
you
in,
can pop in
dude.
whenever.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, the door is open. It
Nerd,
is how Morgan do things to ask.
nerd ass, anxiety elemental, relatable ass anxiety elemental.
Polite. It is polite to ask.
Welcome.
I told you.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, there's
It is
grass.
polite.
There's
It is
alleged
polite.
grass. We will now conduct the science. Many things are known to be grass.
I'm
However,
very
things are
interested
known to
in
be
this
trees.
grass.
the leafy
True.
demon.
This is invasive grass that is poisonous to dragons and has murdered them.
Very rude.
Which is why we're going to pick it and demand a dragon eat it.
Seems the dose
It's
is
still
the
perfectly
poison.
good grass. It's just more aggressive than usual.
Good. I'm glad that the game identifies that this is not a grass. This is a flower. Those are different. Those are different
Alleged
families.
grass. We're looking for the grass, and it's under the flower.
I'm a bit sad you weren't here earlier over arguing where the delineation is between tree and grass, because I knew I couldn't give the pitch.
Wood is grass. We have confirmed this through the science. It's indisputable.
And grass is the growth form.
Yep.
It's just easier if you think about it that way.
Yep.
I hate it.
As we all know, Berserker is the perfect arbiter because if the grass cutting scythe cuts something and the skull shows up, then it was grass all along.
Scythes are for cutting grass. If it is cut, it is grass.
Can't argue with that.
Watch me.
Plot-wise, no. We've been spending a whole lot of time in Island Time, so we haven't actually had a lot of main plot go through. We found Werewolf Village, where the secret werewolf slaying techniques of our father came in handy. We literally punched the werewolf leader into his deathbed, and he was like, yo, that's sick, actually.
Good. Correct.
X-Death sunk a continent for helping us. Because X-Death is actually quite active for a Final Fantasy villain. And I think as far ahead as we've gotten is that there is an ongoing sea fight with Battle in the Big Ridge music playing.
Yeah, I think
Delightful.
that's the furthest ahead we've hit.
Yes.
Also, Berserker is wearing sunglasses.
Yes, because he is blind.
Blindness is represented with cool shades in this sprite set.
As is good and proper, my nan would be proud.
Grass is resistant to squirrels.
I'm gonna make a brick wall.
Okay?
Alright.
No reason.
See, now I'm looking up fucking classification of plants and grasses just to be sure I'm remembering correct. Okay, yes. Different family from Asteraceae, or Orchidaceae, or Fabaceae, or Rubaceae. So the dragon flower is almost certainly either Asteraceae or Orchidaceae.
What if
For
it's
its
a
own-
dragon?
Yeah, or it's a dragon that just got real weird.
Well, then it goes in Asteraceae, like all of the other unearthly horrifying plants that we just stick there and say that's a flower.
So dragons are flowers. Got it.
Dragon is also a growth form.
Fundamentally,
Hold
they
up.
may be fruit.
Oh god, Morgan, I had the experience of touching the botany stove and not expecting it again.
Which one this time? Did you find out
I
that
looked
weeds
up
are fruit?
No, I looked at Asteraceae and flowers as opposed to Orchidaceae, the orchids, which are not flowers. And I just had my brain freeze. Wait, no, what's
Seek
that?
not the knowledge if you're not prepared for what you'll find.
It's just, I just like literally my brain hard locked and visually brought up my dad's orchid collection in the windowsill, but I'm like fluorescence.
Growth one.
No.
The number of orchid species is nearly equal to the number of bony fish.
Okay, that rules though.
Yeah, that whips.
Twice as many as there are birds, and 4
Yeah.
times as many as spammels.
That makes total sense.
Fuck is it spammel?
That's I am currently dealing with weird teeth. Don't worry about it.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes, I suppose I would.
I know what that flower is now. It's a fucking Dracula orchid.
What? Oh.
We're back
Right,
here
those
now.
exist.
We were menuing.
A Dracula orchid?
Yeah, there's like a whole
One
family
bear.
of Dracula orchids.
One bear.
Oh, right, we're collecting bears.
Bear.
Right. That's
It is
what's
time for
happening.
third bear, which goes to Bart's.
We have finally escaped
Which goes
island
to
time, and
cards.
we are loading bears in the shotgun to fire at Soul Cannon.
It makes sense.
Are
Your
the bears
gold
for
is
soul
always
cannon?
welcome here.
Or are the bears for what comes after?
Bears are
soul
for many
cannon?
purposes. Some bears will be thrown to the cannon. Other bears will be thrown elsewhere. I do need 2 open creature spots for Archaeavis. So 2 of these bears at least will be thrown at the cannon. Remaining bear remains to be seen. So you are already two-handing the sword. I should move the Dragoon to the front row. For whatever reason, spear is not a reaching weapon.
Well, the way they swing it,
You're
it
supposed to
would
get
not
your
be.
reach by jumping.
They don't thrust. They just kind of
Okay,
swing the spear
here's
like
bear.
it's a sword.
3, 6.5. Which then means that I need to,
I am delighted beyond measure to report that one of the best sources of information for the Dracula genus of orchids is the Orchids fandom wiki.
Of course.
God bless.
That makes sense.
that was the wrong
I-
button to select.
I am still very sad that
Bear,
you
what
know,
is your special technique?
that someone has basically monetized the
Very well,
concept
Bear.
of wikis and conglomerated them into one not Wikipedia site.
If fandom
Yeah.
is a weird company.
I wish
They
John
own an
McAfee got
RPG.
shot in a Barnes and Nobles with a crossbow.
Fandom, the people who own the giant wiki conglomeration, also own Cortex Plus, which is weird.
Yeah, when I heard about that, I was very confused.
Cam Banks works for those people. That's fucking weird.
Just enjoying the fucking Dracula genus names again. Dracula Vampira, distinct from Dracula Vlad Tepes.
Vlad fucking Tepes.
The flower, yes.
What does that one look like?
I would assume dramatic.
Oh, all of them look dramatic as hell. Like the Cersei? Dramatic as hell.
There's a bear.
to read the fucking line of text of this species as one of only 7 Dracula species that occur on the eastern borderline of Colombia. Along with Dracula diabula. What is the nerds?
I'm thinking I'm trying to think of words to say, and I really can't.
Enjoy the most Dracula.
Yeah. Yeah,
That is a very Dracula.
Bart's is back from Dragon Valley Mountain. With the grass.
I like that you jumped off the bridge into the moat rather than just going down the stairs and walking into it that way.
There were stairs?
Yes.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, if you walk
There
down
they are.
those stairs and then just around the bridge
Oh.
and jumped in the moat.
Yeah. And of course, the moat is where we store the secret switch that activates the toilet flush for the moat. And drops you inside the castle.
We have a 2-way sewer system, just in case.
Well, we can't open the castle doors because it was under siege.
Guido is still calling.
Oh wait, you also missed Lena having a dragon not want to take the medicine, and then...
That's about to happen here.
Ah, right.
Guido is calling, and so we will need a dragon to take its damn medicine.
Anyway, here's where all the jokes come from, aside from the rest of the parts of the game.
You take the herbs. No.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
Take your medicine. No.
Doesn't taste good.
This grass killed my parents.
Oh my god, Lena, no.
Uh-huh.
Lena, yes!
More poison for
See?
Lena.
Look, it's safe for me to eat. Oh,
Crunch.
eat it.
I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Dragon,
It's
feel
fine.
better.
It's dead. I killed it. Crunch.
Now to
Thunk.
immediately pause. Wow,
Thunk.
okay.
You thought that was a joke.
And it's fine, because there's antidotes. It's
I
fine.
respect Lena immensely.
Yes.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, Lena's a great character, yes.
There are fools and charlatans who deride Lena as a fool
No. Lena's extremely powerful.
for her
Lena
complete
wants to get-
unflinching mastery of chemistry.
Lena wants to get poisoned every time she's poisoned. She takes it willingly every single time. Like, every time the poison happens, it's just like, yeah, that's part of the
Other people are
that's
like,
part of
oh
the
no,
idea."
I don't want to walk on the stink grass. I guess the world will end.
Ah, yes. Meanwhile, back
Meanwhile-
in pitched naval combat. Also, yeah, I do love the comedy of like, see, dragon, it's fine. Here, eat it. It's totally safe. Then keels over instantly. The dragon just has a moment of like, oh, have I
I mean,
been
that is the grass
bamboozled?
doing what it's supposed to do, instead of erupting from the earth and growing to 20 times its previous size and brandishing tendrils.
That means it's working.
Anyway, now it is time for battle on the big boat.
You, sirs, are harshing my buzz, he says.
Wait, why is he on the boat?
He literally jumped out of the ocean onto the pier of the boat because Exdeath is attacking this navy, and he just came out of the ocean just like, surprise, motherfucker, I'm here.
Okay, I respect Gilgamesh immensely also.
Gilgamesh rules.
Yes.
This is known.
This fight is another huge source of how he acts in 14 in his fights. There's a phase 2.
I've never encountered Gilgamesh in Final Fantasy XIV.
He's in the Hildebrand content.
That would be why. I've never engaged with that out of, like, I guess fear that it wouldn't live up to everybody's
That's fair.
hype
There
of
are
it.
there are good moments in it, and it also has less good moments, but yeah.
I'm still amazed that they made Pink Panther ending cards for all of it.
Yeah.
Like, in the exact style of the Pink Panther.
Incredible.
You know, that movie series from the 70s.
It is subject to the usual comedy shelf life, half-life of, either it's completely flawless and will endure forever, or it rots instantly.
Yes.
I think as
Okay,
far as
phase
I
2
got
is
was
happening.
witnessing the flexing zombies.
Oh, yeah, that did nothing for me. So, like, I'm pretty sure all Hildebrand content is just a nap at me.
Faithful Companion, Enkidu, is here.
Faithful
Faithful
Companion
Companion.
This is
immediately
where you would
introduces what their
This is
entire
where
deal
you
is.
learn White Wind. Okay.
No, Enkidu will never be tricked into... Enkidu can! Just be told to leave,
Jesus.
though. I brought a gun. Samurai has a gun.
So yeah, the thing with this fight is Enkidu is such an efficient healing fountain that you need to blow him up. Also,
And also be wary that
The skill is
vampire
not
will
immune-
kill
this-
you immediately.
The skill is still not immune to instant death, so you can skip if you land the death.
the way it's supposed to go
There's
is it
supposed to
goes
be an
with-
animation of him saying, alright, I leave this to you, and then turning around and looking at the empty space where Enkidu was.
and going, hey, wait, where'd you go?
But he died too fast. Oh well.
And yet, then he tried to tackle you off the boat, you caught it, and he's like, no fair, you're supposed to be down here with me, no! And gets carried off on the current.
Well,
Also, the dude with the Rita Repulsa hat is one of the original 4 cool guys.
Nice.
He's the master swordsman Zat, who has at least one piece of art somewhere. I have trouble finding, like, tracking it down. I believe of him using a sword and a flail at the same
Yeah, the
time.
ball and chain one, I know what it is, just give me a sec.
Yeah.
Nice.
Zezat Sergate, which is another very normal real baseball player name.
Yeah,
You
it's
say Sir Gabe?
Sirgate.
Okay.
Anyway, it's in the composite picture of the original Warriors of Dawn, which is one of my favorite pieces of Amano art in all kinds of ways, so here you go.
Anyway.
Just all of this is good.
The scheme.
I love this
There's
squad of
so
old
much
men.
going on here.
Yeah, it is literally a squad of dads and grandpas that did this the first time. They were old when they did it.
Incredible.
Arts was
That is-
going where and doing what? Arts has gone far enough. Alright.
That is Galuf on the right in this image. The bottom is Bart's dad, the top is the werewolf rival, and the guy on the left is the guy we just met.
And yes, so here's the progression. Hey, alright, Galuf, my good friend, nice to see you again. Who are these nerds? Ah, they're from the other planet. Fiends! Brigands! Oh, they came here from space. I will destroy them.
Fight me! Fight me!
And also the further level of the dialogue as written is less silly. It's not, I expect you to be brigands. So your planet fucked up. and failed to maintain the prison that we didn't tell you about, but don't mind that, you fucked up.
Yep.
Wizard is back because you didn't maintain the jail we snuck into your yard.
Also, a brief line skipped over there is Arts or whatever your name is, I don't care. Prepare yourself. And this
So
is
we wrestle.
the teleporting. Yeah, Werewolf is literally using teleports around you ninja moves until you remember
It is
the
his
secrets.
lupine attack. This
Until
is
you
the
remember-
secret nature of Wolf.
Remember what
We
your
all
father
played
taught
with
you.
you.
Boom!
He's old. Why did you do that? He's an old dog. His hips.
Well,
So, yeah.
Well, now he's
you,
in
you say
bed.
that, and
now why did we do that? Well,
Well, he demanded it.
we literally punched him into the bed where he is going to be until the end of the game where he dies.
Advantage Dorkon.
Wow.
Well, Kelgar, if you wanted to win this fight, you should have invented the human-slaying fist and taught that to all of your pups. So they'd be ready
Anyway,
to go to
this-
space and defeat a human.
Anyway, this is what happened when they sealed X-Death in the hole.
A flashback of, we all must work in unison, and they're like, are we sure this is a kind of fucked up thing to do? Do it anyway!
A distant, vengeful Bork. Then I will stay on this planet and actually monitor the thing that we
It's
stowed
kind of
here.
important we actually make sure this worked, and the rest of them are like, why is that important? That seems unnecessary.
Clearly, this problem is solved and will never, ever come up again.
there is no technical debt. Problem solved. We're out.
We have moved the problem from our planet to a different planet, so it's over. Good job, everyone.
Also, yeah, with the portrait, Dorkin does have a little bit of Angor vibes in the flashbacks of just like, guys.
Anyway,
Wait,
now
my
we're in a
submarine?
submarine?
Yes. Because the
Yes.
surface fleet is a distraction while they dug a tunnel under one of the barrier towers from the sea.
They undermined one of
So now
the...
we're going to break into the basement of the barrier tower.
World 2 has higher tech, is one of the things established.
Science.
Also more
And
powerful
better
lizard.
hats.
Yep. But yeah, I just love that they have the entire, like, Royal Navy of his entire country specifically there to get jumped by goblins. It's like, yeah, by the way, we're actually just digging a tunnel because
Alright,
you
you
don't
all
look
park
down.
here and make noise. Rattle some chains. I don't know, how do we provoke wood into attacking us?
Hey, nerd! Look at what we did with your extended family!
Welcome to Barrier Tower. Many teams
Oh,
become
God.
trapped here for a while.
Barrier Tower is where speedruns go to die if you
not-
need some.
Not because of the dangers that are in Barrier Tower, but because this is a source of an item that some teams desperately need, and it is only by way of rare drop off of an enemy that is slightly inconvenient to fight. This team won't need that, because Thief means we have an alternate source of that if I decide I want it.
We have two teams that absolutely don't need it, but Time Mage means we don't need it either. So that's three teams that are free of Barrier Tower. The item in question is the Reflect Ring, where Reflect lets you bounce a magic attack off of yourself back to the source it came from. And there are magic sources later in the game where the best answer is to just not get hit.
Wistful werewolf noises in the distance.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Raiden's having a moment.
It fits.
Alright, going to do some team
It's
rearranging
delightful.
here in order to facilitate. This is darts, so that job I just took off was Monk. Yes, Monk. Monk is now here to no flee. Thief Glove is there, and bone mail. Bone mail.
Bone
mail. Anyway. Alright, so let's be sure we do this
Whoa!
properly. Steal.
Ah, it is King Ghidorah.
Yes.
Two of them.
So another thing about
Alright,
Barrier
might want to do
Tower
further
is
rearranging
that,
then. Hold on. So the process I'm engaging here is, so this is a monster in a box. You can run from monsters in boxes, in which case the box recloses, and the fight completely refreshes.
yes.
So what I can do here is just jump in, steal, escape, and repeat to farm
And
stuff.
until you get all the stuff that you need. Okay.
Yes.
Until I get the things that I want. Or just until
Barrier
I feel
Tower
like it.
also has a considerable number of monsters in boxes.
Air Tower is also a very important place for some other stuff to go get yourself, like a, reflect rings, among other things.
Alright.
Reflect
Oh,
ring
this
is
monk outfit is super cute.
yeah.
There, this
As
this ensures
mentioned-
that Ferris goes second.
We have 3 teams that don't really need the reflect ring grind, and
So
hopefully
Red
fourth-
Dragon here is the intended target of my my burglary.
burgle alchemy out of it.
Well, the high potion is the common steel, which, okay, that's fair compensation for a miss. The rare steel is Fire Ring.
I thought they had Dragon Claw as a steal.
Nope.
Also, right, this is the wrong
This
thief
is the
team.
non-chemist team.
Yeah, this is the wrong thief team to be wanting to rip claws off of things.
There are different dragons you can remove the teeth from. Red Dragon does not have teeth. Red Dragon does not have easily accessible teeth.
Is Red Dragon the one that's undead?
Yes.
Yeah. It is weirdly undead.
This is also the thief team that no, neither thief team can make any use of those rods that you're stealing.
Nah. So those are just cash.
A lot of money.
Which, hey,
I really
Samurai, there's a
enjoyed
flame
this
ring.
dragon sprite.
Yeah.
Chunky.
Yeah,
How many flame
Points.
rings do you need?
Need, not really, want several. Any extras I don't have want are
free money.
25,000 each to sell. That's money.
It looks like
As-
those over-muscled cows.
Yeah.
Yeah. But as you might expect, thief is an answer to how do I get money? You're a thief. Figure it out.
You do crimes. I'll settle for just one. This box, the actual treasure in it is Blood Sword, which this team doesn't need at all.
There we go. That's that was Reflect Knight with the big ol'
They're
axe. on the side.
collecting. Get in the tube. Now I have your power.
Wait, now we have 3 bears and must go and fight the sky cannon.
Yes.
And yes, some enemies that show up across multiple worlds do have different drop tables. So if you are angling for specific rare steals on World 2 versus 3, there are some fights where you can make it do it now. Teams that want comedy want Blood Sword.
Blood Sword was too powerful and tasted the
Blood
juice
Sword-
of God in
Blood
its
Sword
debut
flew.
and had to be cast down.
The very first Blood Sword touched the face of God, and God was like, no, actually, no, go back.
What's the blood sword?
HP
It is.
drains.
Final Fantasy II, the Blood Sword was It wasn't even the final sword that you got or anything like that. The thing is that the Blood Sword in Final Fantasy II did percentile damage.
Yes.
Percentile and, I believe...
Percentile bonus damage that was not blockable.
Yes,
By
and worked on
anything.
everything. Yeah.
And this was in a game where multi-attacking was a core thing that happened.
Yes.
So someone with
The
a Blood
NES
Sword...
games all had the idea of you swing one attack and it contains some number of hits.
So you swing Blood Sword, and if you can consistently get 10 swings that hit, I don't care what you're fighting, guy.
All subsequent blood swords had to suffer
Blood Swords in
to
later
atone
games.
for the power of original blood sword.
Basically, all future swords got turned into really bad drain sticks.
Okay.
Incredible.
They're not
This
always.
blood sword is
wow,
wildly
Galuf
inaccurate.
is
So if you have a
swinging
way to
real
make it
hard in
accurate,
this.
then it becomes fine. Yeah, that's two-handing while hitting a weakness.
Ah.
Sword big.
Also, it lended the name to a Dark Knight ability later on in the series that kept recurring, Blood Weapon, that does the same thing. Wait, no, Blood Weapon is when you hurt yourself to deal damage, and Soul Eater, I think, is the usual name for the Recover Health ability.
We have high enough level that these missile launchers are failing sometimes. Now, the power leveling was also important to do with this team because this is a setup that doesn't really have substantial recovery tools of any sort. So, Soul Cannon has to be a rushdown. It will not be worth the effort to try and heal up and survive a second beam.
Yeah, this
You
is
need to
a
be sure
team
the
that needs
second
to.
beam never fires.
This is a team that survival plan is crack a bear open at it. Which, narratively speaking, I'm deeply entertained by the idea of reaching this super powerful Magitech artillery piece, and your answer just being to uncage a bear and throw it in the barrel and hope that it goes well. Kind of like a Looney Tunes gag where you stick a banana in the barrel of a gun, except it's a bear.
It's in the barrel.
One of the newer hires for my studio just posted some work in progresses of the characters, and there's a janitor with a badge that just says Chad Thunderclock.
Holy shit.
Sounds like you've got a good hire.
Fuck,
Makes
girl.
sense.
that's a good gag.
Alright, one member of the team has suffered old.
Old is the
Secondaries
most
are down.
dangerous of all status effects.
Fortunately, bears. Anyway.
Oh
I
my
lo-
god, the little magnetite!
I love
Magnet Gremlin is wonderful.
Magnet Gremlin is one of my favorite sprites in the entire game, and as an enemy, they are either very adorably useless or will kill you. Because they very
So
simply.
capricious!
It is a very simple gimmick of they drag you forward if you're in the back row, and they push you backward if you're in the front row. This is either not a problem, or it will get your mage murdered.
And like the idea conveyed by them is that the magnet is too powerful for the tiny gremlin to keep track of it, and it is also being pulled around by the magnet.
Yeah, it is just kind of desperately hanging on.
Help! Help!
What's that?
Help! Help! I had a cool idea for this power, and no!
How about you?
Oh, no!
I love.
Yeah, Barrier Tower has a lot of good sprites. Reflect Knight is pretty handsome. Moon Witch is Moon Witch. Gremlin is Gremlin. Chunky Dragon is always appreciated whenever they show up. Spooky Ghost is always a good, stand.
This team has no casters, so I also don't need to grab the hairpin while I'm here. I could to sell it, but I think I'd rather just not do that fight when it comes up.
What's the hairpin fight again?
It's another box of dragons.
Right.
You only get red and yellow in here, right? You don't have blue until later, or is it the yellow shows up later?
Yellow is here, blue is later.
Okay. Is the consistent weird thing with blue dragons, where they're stacks of blue dragons. It's not just one.
My stand power lets me put boxes of blue apron shit in people's door, and when they pick it up, a gun comes out and shoots them.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah,
stand power.
weird space alien that uses gravity? I forgot about that.
The Graviator.
Blue eyes, many dragons. Rare card.
What was that? Just murder.
It's fine. Yeah,
A
so the
favorite
plan
part.
here is we go to the top of the tower and destroy the antenna. Zizat goes to the bottom of the tower, which is where we already were, and destroys the generator. This kills the barrier.
My favorite thing about late stage like environment design in JRPGs is just, I don't know, throw some pipes in there and make it look industrial and shit.
Tubes.
Like Final Fantasy 1 just has a computer.
Gigas,
The
put green.
beefy boys on the top.
This is a very potent composition of enemies.
Never talk to us or our son ever again.
Are you talking to our son? Step away.
Just like a shit ton of V8 engines down here.
It got into the
ultimate
magnets
ute.
again. Should we prevent this? No. Let it happen.
How much tons of coal does it take to power that for 5 seconds?
Don't worry about it.
It runs entirely on meat.
Also, now, okay, something is telling you this. Something is threatening you this.
This is telling you this.
This thing talked!
Okay. Sure.
Welcome to the gimmick fight.
When we do a fight, it has mechanics.
Does Galuf always fall
to be
down?
Awake. No.
No. I think it's...
It randomly chooses among the cast there.
I was gonna say it's lowest health, but it may just be pure.
It's
He's got
common.
a hell
It's
of a
pure
tenor,
random. Comet
It's-
attacks
it's
things
just
randomly.
an attack. If no one is on the floor, you will spam comets until someone is on the floor. Anyone who is on the floor gets pulled towards him. Gradually.
Oh, okay.
And if they reach the black hole inside of the mouth,
They are
cease
removed from the
existing.
fight.
There's your gimmick, is everybody who is out has a death clock that does not reset when they get back up. And if anybody if they revive, they're going to stand exactly where they are right now. And Loon's strategy right now is to just ignore the mechanic and throw money in his mouth.
Construct mass ejector. Put rocks in hole.
So yeah, Darts is safe right now. If Darts goes down, he's got about 2 seconds before he gets yanked from the mall.
But enough.
But enough of that.
Arts is here just having a good time in Wolf Village.
While our heroes get out of this one,
Just thinking about Wolf
Tune
Village.
in
Which direction were we
tomorrow.
moving through Wolf Village with Arts North? We do not have the grass yet, right? Remember the existence of the plot items menu. You can consult that to know things.
Atomos is a really fun,
Snake.
unique gimmick fight for the SNES.
Local
Just- oh.
snakes.
Oh, you have this UI where characters are on one side of the screen and I'm not? Well, what if I change that?
Cat
that's just a cat. That's just
Just
a big
cats.
cat.
on the mountain.
This is a
A
large
cat.
cat.
Well, I wouldn't
cat,
fuck
I
with
s-
that either.
That
The
cat
cat
has
I
the
want to
strength of a
specifically
bear.
point out is named Lycaon, which is a hell of a thing.
You catch that cat and release it, it hits a lot.
For those unfamiliar with Greek myth, I guess content cannibalism, Lycaon looked up at Zeus and was like, I bet you don't know everything. I'm gonna fuck with you. I'm gonna fuck with the god of hospitality by killing my son and feeding my son in disguise as food to the god of hospitality. As you might
Right, that asshole.
That's
As
a
you might-
catastrophically stupid. Was this Ashton Kutcher in Greece or something? Like, what the fuck is this, a prank?
as
To
you
be
might
fair,
imagine, Zeus
Pranking
is
Zeus is good. Is a moral good. It cancels out all the other bad things he just did.
Even the whole fratricide.
See, here's the thing. God, Zeus may be a huge douchebag. Zeus is also extremely serious about being the god of hospitality.
Okay,
so Zeus actually just dropped the being an asshole thing and turned Lycaon into a wolf and brought the sun back to life, just categorically.
Wow, it's pretty pissed for
Okay,
him
this
to,
team
like,
does
help
have
someone.
one of 2 knives. Or I could also I could unequip that Moonring Blade and use that for ritual implement purposes. Thinking about item duplication, because this is the team that can perform the science. And here is a creature that I would want to do that to. I do believe I can consult my charts and graphs, my various tubes and wires.
Looking it up, apparently there's a bunch of variants of the myth, and a lot of them are also... They kind
That's how
of
I
revolve...
do.
Yeah, no. But I hadn't heard a lot of these, and all of these are really kind of funny alterations. Like, one of them is, I know what'll get the god's attention. Killing my son and putting his blood on his altar. He's gonna like that, right? And Zeus was just like, yo, familicide, though, what the fuck?
Okay, never mind.
Like Zeus can fucking talk.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's
Regular
kind of
zombie
the
dragon
thing that
drops teeth. It does not have teeth to be stolen.
the
Unfortunate.
Tatanomachy was pretty much, the world's most extreme filicide.
Familicide,
Straight
yeah.
up. Familicide.
We all agree that this dude was about as big of a fuck up as you can be, right?
Uh,
All bards agree.
According to the Bibliotheca of Pseudo-Apollodorus, Lycaon had sired 50 sons with many wives. These sons were the most nefarious and carefree of all people in Greece. To test them, Zeus visited them in the form of a peasant. Cannibalism ensues, at which point the enraged Zeus threw the meal over the table, which explains the name of the city Trapezus, after the word for table, and killed Lycaon and all of his sons with lightning bolts.
You and your failed sons.
And only the youngest son was saved due to the intervention of Gaia.
The one Titan that they said was like, you're alright.
So at some point I will want to go and defeat zombie dragons to acquire their essence. Teeth-wise. That's teeth over there.
Another version. Ovid tells 2 versions, apparently. I didn't know this was the second one Ovid did. According to Ovid, Lycaon mistrusted and derided the signs of Zeus's divine nature, which the god openly demonstrated upon his arrival. Determined to find out whether or not his guest was truly a god or a mortal, served him the flesh of a prisoner, and attempted to kill the god in his sleep to test his immortality after that. Thereupon,
Yeah,
Zeus
Lycaon
collapsed to the roof on top of him and transformed the fleeing man into a wolf.
Lycaon
really-
had a bad time.
You really had to double down, didn't you?
It's all his fault, though. All of this is his own doing.
Yeah, every single one of these iterations is just he's a dipshit and violates the taboos of Greece.
When all bards agree that you're a dipshit, you know you're fucked up.
Like, every single one of these retellings is violated the taboos of hospitality to the hospitality god in the dumbest way possible.
So, what happens to Faris now?
It's fine.
Well,
She's
finish the
dead
fight.
in the sky.
So long as the fight gets finished, she can get out of the event horizon of the black hole once it dissolves.
So wait,
Don't-
Bards gets knocked down here. Does he get dragged from that location still?
Yes.
Yes.
Huh, neat.
Atomos is actually a pretty vicious fight if you don't have good damage.
Yeah, I figured
There's
at
ways
least
to get
actually-
around it.
He has weak points. This team doesn't have
It
them.
was nice knowing Faris.
Now she's fine.
It's fine.
I had to get up early today, so I am going to go to bed, I think.
Take
On
care.
your way.
Sleep well.
Good night.
Another interesting thing about Atomos in later games in the series, Atomos ends up being less black hole and portal to the void that links the games together.
Well,
Well,
man.
There's so many communism bots.
There's nothing that can be done. There's absolutely nothing that can be done to help your old friend. I'm sorry.
Nope, sorry, you better bail.
You're 11 stories up, dude. You literally cannot get there in time.
They just jumped off the side. You
Just
coward
wordlessly.
Gallus.
And yeah, Zazat knew ahead of time actually this was going to happen. He knew that his buddy would have.
We, the previous generation, who can admit we slightly fucked up, can now pass the torch to a next generation who will learn from our mistakes and not fuck up.
They'll fuck up.
And Galuf would not have listened to him if he had said that, so he just didn't. And Bart's shoulder checks him unconscious.
Okay.
If you
Now just haul him off.
In some versions of this, if you would put Galuf at the front of your party, that cutscene will play with 2 Galufs.
Yeah. And Galuf is just immediately like, shut the fuck up. I'm not dwelling on it. I have a goal. I'm gonna do it.
Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Businessman.
Do not perceive me.
Okay, just red dome, sure.
The barrier.
That was the barrier, the magical thing that was keeping people from coming in, vanished.
Right. I'm starting to get the impression that this game is really just Galuf's no good, very bad day. Just extended.
Retell the story entirely from Galuf's point of view.
So something that is quite nice about
waiting.
Something that is very genuinely nice about the scene is there is literally nothing you can do or say to him. He just has to sit there and process it.
And now we have a
Good.
submarine.
Like any attempt you make will be ignored. It will bounce off. You just have to sit there and let him work through it.
A lot of feelings. Head full, sorry. 1 minute.
Adventure! Oh, wait!
Anyway.
This shuffler today, man.
Let's go meet Galuf's cool space friend, Zazat the Swordsman. Well, let's go meet the Great Sage on the island of the Great Sage. Where lives the Great Sage?
The Shuffler has just put us into his ruminations on the past 48 hours.
What if we could have done this again, but with, like, a scythe?
If only I had a time machine.
If only I had a time mage.
So, the Great Sage Guido. He knows how to fight X-Death. He knows how to beat X-Death. Let's go to the Great Sage Guido, loudly. And then X-Death is just like, no you don't, motherfucker.
Honk.
More like Great Sage dead, because I murdered him.
This team has a reason to go to this castle. So just walk up and immediately... And Barth will get this.
Meanwhile, inside of Galuf's ruminations.
What if we had, like, visited his house first?
What if I had said hello?
Well, he isn't
What if
here.
What if we just made a bomb?
What if I just broke into this house and stole his
Read his
memoirs?
diary.
Just plagiarize all of his ballads.
That's a cool poem that I made.
I made this.
Thanks for keeping the prose warm.
Tribute.
Just
Here,
tear
they
I
it
had
also
up.
have a
gone and
library.
observed
Yours
how many
nerds.
nerds it says that was keeping around.
Yeah, they got a lot of nerds. Now I need to shelf.
Let's pick up the
some
forbidden
books.
book.
Yeah, the forbidden book.
What does that do?
So this is a
Well, it
puzzle
belongs
that
on
we're
the
not
F
looking.
shelf.
This
This
is a puzzle
the
we're not
librarian
looking
here
at
will be
first.
like, so many goddamn books. What do I do with all these?
So as local librarian, I can tell you the most infuriating thing is when people shelf books instead of the shelvers who know where things go. And I pass by a shelf and I see someone has very clearly put something out of place. I'm just like, please God, we
Record
have a place for you to
monsters.
put it so we can put it back.
Weird Ronka.
Weird Ronka!
Weird Ronka.
Like, public service announcement. I know you probably think, and you may very well be able to put things back by the order. Unless the Dewey Decimal System gets weird, in which place, no, seriously, you don't, please let us do it.
Thank you. I sleep now.
That was a very difficult thing for Tiny Me to learn. Was that like, no, the way to be helpful is to put it on the trolley for someone else to put it back. Do not
Yep.
try and put it back on your own, tiny child who has no functioning working memory.
Yeah, like, the one exception is like, okay, you look at it for 5 seconds. The gap where the book was is still there. Yeah, go ahead and put it back. If you have any doubt whatsoever as to where exactly it was, please put it on your trolley or in the return bin or wherever we have marked.
Yeah, I figured if I'm like just browsing and be like, what's the byline on this?
Yeah. Like, if you take it out, look at it, and then put it back in the space that is still there because the books have not moved, sure, fine.
Beam.
I mean, during
Pick
COVID,
D-lock offline.
during COVID, that is actually a rule we implemented. Is I don't care what the usual rules are. You touch a book for a fraction of a second, you put that in the quarantine bin. And yes, we will enforce this.
Galif nearly hits as hard as a bear.
Gallup is strong.
God damn, that's a big bear.
Calibrating. Loading. Charging. No beams.
Good.
It's fucked up that we have a team almost about to enter Meat Fort, and we are just now approaching
No,
Snare.
there's still stuff to do before Meat Ford.
Yeah.
We have a team that's almost on its way to Moore.
Right, yeah, right.
And so... over here.
God, the sand bear was so desiccated and without hydration that you put it in the barrel and it just absorbed the ambient humidity and just filled up the barrel like expanding foam.
We
The
established
silica
that
bear packet.
the sand bear is covered in a fine mesh of highly conductive fiber. And this shorted out all the circuitry.
What if it was a monophilia bear?
Alright, I need to catch one of these. For,
Saying a bear-
reasons.
A bear that is a single
Edges.
atom wide.
No, a bear that has fur that is a single atom wide.
These
It would
things
be
have
constantly
180
slicing
health.
itself to pieces.
Well, I mean,
Be the
you know,
ultimate fisherman.
the bear is also a single atom wide.
This is a
Bear on the
delicate
cob.
operation. Alright. I have 3 of them to work with, though, so let's, alright, yep, that's too much.
That's a bear on the cob, is what you're
If I cut
describing.
that value in half.
Now that I think about it, like, a horrible bioengineering, like, jackass wizard flex would be to engineer a creature that has monofilament wool.
It just immediately shreds itself upon existence.
Yes, but it makes monofilament wool. This is a more efficient form of production. I'm a wizard.
I do have to just quietly lean over from textile corner and inform you that monofilament in that context is just a single strand, so like normal
yeah.
fur.
Okay, yes, in actual textile usage, yes, you are correct. And I was using sci-fi nonsense bullshit. Exactly, one atom wide razor wire.
Nanotubes.
Yeah.
Just like, man, I wasn't aware I'd been fishing with atomic line. Holy shit.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that it actually has words and usages outside of speculative science.
I mean, usually you just call that
Understandable.
rope
Have a nice day.
instead of, or like a line instead of a monofilament. It's like when a chemist calls water H2O.
Monomolecular filament. There you go.
That's the one.
That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you.
You want to use braid anyway, it's better.
Braid together 3 whole atoms.
I feel like that's actually current nanotech.
Yeah, but it is actually down to a frankly kind of terrifying scope to think about.
Yeah, I've been researching, and there is a lot of applications of fiber technique to very tiny things currently.
A monomolecular filament for a suit would be the most cyberpunk thing in the world. Just what do you run with? My suit. Like your decking suit? No. My suit.
That's once
wear a
again, this is the
suit.
problem. How does your fursuit not rip itself to pieces?
You have a really high dex score.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. If it's made out of threads that, yes, are a single molecule wide, sure, that's fine and all that, but what if it is instead a suit made entirely out of graphene? So it's a single molecule thick.
Pure carbon.
Yeah.
I feel like
I
they
feel like
already
I have this as a character.
Well, you couldn't
concept
harm people by
somewhere.
rolling into them then. That's not very punk at all.
You would also be extraordinarily flammable.
Somewhere in
Yes.
the saga of Soup Daniel.
But you'd also be wearing what is pound for pound the most, resistant and also not conductive specifically, but rather capacitive material of all time.
So you just basically make yourself into a walking bulletproof taser.
Yeah. That's cool. That's cool as shit, isn't it?
It is. Until you get lit on fire.
Has anyone ever seen plexiglass die?
Wait, hold on. Define die.
You know,
No, like legitimately, like the coloring or ceasing to live.
seizing.
No? No.
Why don't we make a suit out of it there? It's clearly the most indestructible material on Earth.
So does a rock die when you break it?
Yeah.
And that's
Okay,
what
what
Gallup
about-
was thinking about on the submarine.
Does a rock die when you break it?
Okay.
I respect
two-
the immediate, no hesitation response, by the way.
You made 2 tiny baby rocks after you break.
Ah. they reproduce that way, I see.
That is shame.
Well, see, I've been thinking about it since learning that there is fungus that has evolved to eat and drill through rock, which implies many things I'm not yet ready to wrangle with. So I conclude that rocks are alive, but very slowly.
I mean,
There
yeah,
are things that live inside of rocks, straight up.
Yeah.
Chemotropic, completely removed from the idea of the sun being relevant to their entire existence, aside from just the inherent heating of the planet.
Dark
And-
aspic.
Also, I don't remember the fancy name. Like, it was one of those theories that was completely whack-all, like, no one respected it for decades, and now it is getting hesitant kind of acceptance of, like, alright, like, theoretical physics has gotten weird enough that we will let you back in the room of, like, universal consciousness in everything, because technically everything can store information, and who are we to have a frame of reference on whether or not something is able to reflexively act upon that information or otherwise have an existence? Basically, it's
there is something we're not entirely understanding here about the process of being alive.
Here in Sage Cave, we encountered an old man and stole his walking stick.
Not just alive and not just consciousness,
Adventure.
retention of information and transmission of information and ability of other things to interface with that information and whether or not that counts as interacting with an intelligence. And like this is mostly stuff that came up like once people started doing a whole lot of psychedelics in academia and then got thrown out the window. And now people are coming back and looking at it and going, okay, maybe we should have been listening.
Maybe we should be listening to the people who understood the mushroom gnosis.
But
Maybe
legitimately,
maybe the stoner
yes.
was right.
Like legitimately,
Maybe Morgan's Uncle Gumby was onto something.
straight up, there are admissions of like the people who took mushrooms and then started talking about the mushroom consciousness. We really gone back and listened to that earlier.
I went back and checked. I did in fact come up with a cyberpunk fursuiter whose like name was Hardwolf.
You could also go with Uncle Gumby.
Hard Wolf.
From experience, I can tell you right here now, Uncle Gumby is also a very strong runner name.
I named my one in Hong Kong Joey Keycaps.
I helped name future friends Sawblade Abe, or shortened down to Sawblabe.
Anyway,
Incredible.
check out this friend.
Turtle.
Oh, hard
What's your
wolf,
deal?
like as in an Aardwolf. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Oak turtle.
No, I mean I have a great uncle whose nickname was Gumby. He was a mycologist who got, I guess, the equivalent of disbarred for doing unethical human experimentation.
All mycologists do unethical human experimentations.
Yes, he would not stop eating
Also,
his
Things
test.
that exist in FF5. Christmas.
Please regard text box.
I love
Yeah, the sage.
Yeah,
It's
Merry
tortoise.
Christmas.
Who is a turtle.
800-year-old sage. It's tortoise.
Yes.
You remember when you watched JoJo Part 5 for the first time?
Why did
also
you of
exists.
Neptune?
Neptune also confirmed.
Carnation?
He's an old man.
Was Fantasy Texas exist?
Now I need
Yes.
to look up the root of tarnation.
Probably damnation.
It's definitely some sort of southern thing.
So I just love that Bart's response to a weird turtle is to go up and start slapping the shell. And this is a turtle that is in the capacity of like, that was fucked up. Don't do that.
Forced more. And
Yeah,
here
it's-
in the story is where backstory happens. Anyway,
Anyways, I have actually a question about turtles.
Yeah, sure.
If I see a turtle in the wild, how do I pet it?
Don't.
You don't,
Generally
first
don't.
off.
Well, I mean, in the wild, as in like someone has a pet turtle.
Don't.
Don't.
Really? Okay.
Genuinely, they don't appreciate contact because they think
Give it a
that's
snack.
privation.
if you want to do a nice thing, give snack. That
Okay.
is the more
Yeah, give
universal sign of friendship, is to produce
Yeah.
snack.
Yes.
Now, if you are accosted by turtles, as sometimes they do, you just kind of sit there and let it happen. Don't move too suddenly, or they will urinate in panic.
Okay, so basically, don't if I see a turtle, don't perceive it.
Yes.
So long and short, the thing about turtles, and this is worth noting, because a lot of folks do not seem to really process this. That shell is their spine.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that probably
Their
has
spine.
nerves
And
in
the
there,
ribs.
right?
Yeah, ribs and spine which are fused together into one large thing. It's actually like a very important part of not fucking. You really shouldn't touch something's ribs. You
It is
probably know
also-
this ahead of time from being
Having a
alive.
human skeleton, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, for a lot of species, it is incredibly sensitive, so your light taps will be sandpaper across spine.
Treat turtle like it has chronic pain all of the time. Respect and offer snacks.
And if they have that scalloping, I think it's called, problem on their shell, they probably are.
Yes.
For important ritual purposes, I need to steal one of these men and throw him in a gourd.
Yes. Beastmasters
This
can
requires
stuff these men
760 damage.
in their pants.
You ever try to
Do not,
shoplift?
extremely out loud voice thing to say, do not ever lift a turtle by the edge of the shell. That means you are hanging the entire weight off their spine.
There's no situation like naturally occurring that they would ever have that happen. Really?
Yes. They often also have a lot of stuff on their shell that is not good things to be touching and then poking yourself with. Handling turtles is actually one of the common outbreak vectors for salmonella. And in general, for the person who asked about body heat, turtles don't care about that so much. And also, again, prey animal. If you are handling a prey animal, and especially one on the brain status of turtle, it's not going to read that as affection. It's reading that as it's trying to open my shell and eat me.
Not every turtle, for what it's worth, is a prey animal, though.
Yeah.
There are a lot of
Snapping
that.
turtles are absolutely predators.
Some
Okay.
have the terrifying lamprey throats.
Okay, but I'm
Yeah.
also I made the assumption that you would not look at an alligator snapping turtle and go, I want to pet that if I want to keep my hand.
Well, listen, you don't know
Coward.
everyone you've ever met. Yeah, I guess.
Look, I know,
Coward.
I know.
Also, I have looked up the etymology of tarnation.
No.
The word tarnation was originally a 1784 American English derivative of darnation, which was, predictably enough, a milder way of expressing the profanity damnation. The T in tarnation was influenced by tarnal, yet another mild 18th century profanity derived from the phrase "by the eternal," which was used as such. Joe paid a tarnal high price for his dilly-tallying.
Tarnal. You mean internal endarnment there?
I
Yeah.
love minced
A lot of
euphemisms.
Southernisms are muddled blasphemies.
Yes.
As are Australian ones.
Can't start internal fair doing give me a fair. Yeah, you can't.
Like-
friggin'.
Like Gadzu.
Wow, that was a sequence of words that came out of your mouth, Sana.
As someone proximate to the south, you were very wrong in the tone, but pretty close in the delivery.
Look, I'm from the forest up here.
Anyway,
I don't go down
this
in the
team
swamp.
is in Drakenvale. This team is on its way to the lawn. Yes. Yes.
I think a lot about the Mariners documentary that John Boy's made, where he describes Seattle as the moon, basically. And yeah, that's basically, yeah. We're
You mean that
isolated.
it's
Yeah.
isolated and damp?
Yeah, isolated from the belt of the Midwest from everything else. Has this weird.
Despicable,
Quality.
damp, full of meat.
There's nothing wrong with it. It is full of meat, though.
Is there a field of linguistic study about categorizing means of profanity across different languages and tracking the
Yes.
lineages
Gotta
there?
find
Yes.
out.
Yes, actually, there is.
Yes,
I
it is.
remember.
It is known to the point of being a Canada meme to point out that French cursing tends towards the blasphemous, whereas English cursing tends towards the corporal, the bodily.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Because there's
isn't-
also additional layer ones of, if I remember right, Eastern European ones tend toward disease.
Yeah, if I remember right. Because the
Polish especially.
Cool.
the one I'm aware of is that the Quebecois just say the word tabernacle, and that's a curse somehow.
Yeah,
not only is that a
speaking the
curse, it's one
names
of the
of-
nastier ones.
Speaking the names of anything, any ritual paraphernalia that is used in Catholic ceremonies is profane. The box, the host. There are many words to rattle off in rapid succession to express.
Now reading
General
a
Quebecois
psychology
ire.
article about swearing. Enjoy
Because of-
the sentence. We know this, but our work so far suggests that most uses of swear words are not problematic. We know this because we have recorded over 10,000 episodes of public swearing by children and adults, and rarely have we witnessed negative consequences. We've never seen public swearing lead to physical violence. Most public uses of taboo words are not in anger. They are innocuous or produce positive consequences, e.g., humor elicitation.
Yeah, I
No
mean,
descriptive data is
They feel
available
good
about
to
swearing
say.
in private settings, however, some more work needs to be done in that area.
you're just fucking linguistic hiding it, like a linguistic professional hiding in your fucking bedroom listening.
What? Recent work by Stephen Zettel even shows that swearing is associated with enhanced pain tolerance. My power!
Start cursing more!
You're hanging from your broom.
I actually remember
screaming,
that
"Fuck."
study. I actually remember it. It was based on how long you could keep your hand in cold water, and if you were allowed to curse the entire time, you could last longer.
Is it?
Yeah, cursing through it is like a major way I deal with putting my bones back in place.
Is swearing a way to mitigate pain tolerance?
Yes!
Yes! Yeah, no, I all of a sudden remembered that old study I read where it is a very demonstrable effect where you just, if you curse like a sailor through something that is painful or unpleasant, you tolerate it longer.
Also, Tourette's is much more complex
Yeah,
than
that
just
is
saying
not,
swear words.
that is a whole different basket, and I would not like you to use that as shorthand for cursing a lot.
Remove
It is-
that meme from your repertoire.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
yourself a
a
favor.
caricature from a specific time and place.
Please do yourself a favor and look up what the actual thing is.
Yeah, okay. Anyways.
Um,
The whole
The-
operation is run by.
The more frequently you swear regularly, the less powerful effect. So yeah, it is the release of the taboo allows you to do it. Because it is a release of the brain chemicals relating to release. That makes sense. And scrolling up, somebody else, I just want to give this one a shout out. Because this absolutely is something that tracks with what I know about profanities. Is there is a mountain range in Norway where profanities south of it are generally religious, and to the north of it are primarily resulting to animal genitals, and that is where the Christian missionaries gave up. And you can track it in the language of what their curses are.
Wow.
That's remarkable, actually. I'm just like,
Yeah,
fuck
where
this
the
place.
missionaries stopped is where their religious curses are, and beyond that, they're still talking about dicks.
These guys are assholes, anyways.
An alchemic ritual to convert feathers into teeth. I'll have to
Finally.
return to this
Oh,
fountain and fight many zombies in time.
I've been looking for one of these for ages.
I want you to know that I
Same.
actually had a visceral, like, crawling in my muscle sensation at trying to picture a bird with teeth instead of fur.
You mean
That's a
feather-
shark.
And those are
Yeah.
bear snakes.
Feathers, yes. But no, like human teeth, not like adapted teeth. Yeah, birds with
I
fur,
can
yeah,
imagine that.
get the
What
ass.
if we
Birds
have a
are made
blade of teeth?
entirely of teeth.
What if we had a
teeth.
blade of
I mean,
That's
teeth
sharp.
I've seen a horse
explode.
made entirely of hands.
What?
I've seen a horseman entirely out of legs. That
What?
guy's great.
Nice.
You
Everyone-
will respect
Yeah, like
it.
horse is fantastic.
The fuck is Lycorse?
Geese
Like
have
horse.
the whole teeth on their tongue thing that a lot of them do.
You can't just say Lycorse like it means something.
They don't actually have like literal teeth on their tongue. They're not actually teeth. They are teeth adjacent, but they're a different structure and they have a
They
different.
are the growth form.
Yeah, they're growth form of teeth, exactly. Which has evolved a lot of times in a lot of different ways, and on multiple times on some animals, like sea turtles.
Yeah. God, sea turtle throats are uncanny to look at.
I could probably win a fight against a snapping turtle.
No, you couldn't.
Well, you could. No.
Set
You
the
could
victory
definitely win a fight
condition of the
against one.
fight. Define
Yeah, what
the
do you
rest of the
consider victory?
competition.
I crushed the turtle's skull with a rock or something.
If you've got a rock, then yeah. And
Human with
it's
a
like
rock is a whole other category.
What? I mean, like, who would fight a snapping turtle barehanded? That's stupid.
Well, okay, listen, we're talking also
Another
when you
turtle?
say snapping turtle. Do you mean alligator snapping turtle or any snapping turtle? Because
I don't know, any snapping turtle. Snapping turtle, all kinds.
yeah, the majority of snapping turtles are relatively small and not that like sure they still have very powerful jaws, but they're not.
Well, if I'm gonna go fight a wolf, I'm not gonna go find the most venomous wolf out there and then, punch it to death. I'll get a gun at least.
Alligator snapping turtles as active swimming predators and whatnot are a lot faster and a lot more aggressive than you would expect them to be. But
Yeah, don't
other
fu-
snapping turtles are ambush predators for the most part, and they're not really all that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might lose. Honestly, on a regular snapping turtle, you probably wouldn't even lose a finger to one. On an alligator snapping turtle, you have
Don't fuck
threat
around.
of not only finger, but
Dump
probably
some
multiple.
peroxide on the stump and then put it back on. It'll be
You
fine.
will lose a limb if they bite you wrong.
Not a limb. Don't overstate the size of alligator snapping turtles. They're not that big or that strong on the
What
the
if you
jaw.
have tiny
If they
hands?
bite, or they bite you in the forehead.
Well, yeah, no. Even if they bite you in the form, they're not going all the way through your
If you
forearm.
convince a baby to fight a snapping turtle,
Because I know for a fact, actually, the actual bite force of an alligator snapping turtle only goes up to roughly 600 psi. That's actually about as strong as your bite.
Really?
Yeah. The thing is, though, is that they've got the beak, so it's sharp.
Okay.
But
you
that
remember
doesn't really
Deadliest
help
Warrior?
That doesn't really help it go through bone very much. You know, the force is what's necessary for that.
Okay. Then
Yeah, we can bite through fingers if we have to.
Yeah.
It takes probably a lot of the inhibitors going off to be able to do that, though.
I would imagine.
It's
You try
definitely
to bite
a
off your finger
fight or
right
flight
now, it's,
thing.
You know.
Oh well, I mean, I would assume that this would be in defense of self.
Yeah.
Thinking about man whom teeth in hand again.
Or if
Yeah, I was
doing
origami, or if the origami killer needs you to bite your finger off to save the son who you love dearly.
Fucking
I heard the aura in your voice when you said that, and I wondered.
I hope he's doing well. Be
Man
safe,
who-
man with teeth in hand.
Man with teeth in hand is one of the more profound, in many senses, stories I've heard.
Hi, cat. I love you. Did you know that?
Also, honestly, the alligator snapping turtle's X factor is probably the
Gilgamesh.
reputation that it has among
is grass.
humans.
God.
Nice. Good to know about grass.
We should make a Spike TV parody show where we do Deadliest Warrior comparisons of could Jeff fight this snapping turtle, and then we do like
And then
the
you
snapping turtle can do 90 psi and Jeff can punch 5 pounds.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
record, my
That's
immediate
a geek on
like,
both.
yeah, my immediate no, you wouldn't win against a snapping turtle was based off the fact that you had like no turtle handling knowledge whatsoever. So I feel like without
Yeah,
intel,
yeah.
that evens the ground for the turtle.
Jeff is a day trader at FuckCo.
So what do they sell at Fuckco?
They sell
It sounds like.
teledildonics.
Are you sure? Because it sounds like it's probably something a lot less impressive, like calculators.
They sell shower curtain rings.
There we go. They
sell-
they sell
they sell
shower
concept
torsion
for
rods.
For shower torsion rods.
They mainly sell shower accessories. Is what they sell.
I thought you said fishing rods and was just having a moment of silence for the fact that I could have bought a telescopic fishing rod that disguises itself as a pen, but is capable of catching fish up to 2 pounds.
Jeff
And I didn't.
believes.
Does it function as a
No, that's why I didn't get it. If it also functioned as a pen, I would have bought it.
fucking I would have thought about it, yeah.
I'm think about preppers now after doing that voice.
Oh no.
I can't remember the last episode that we watched, but I know it was stupid.
Correct. So I've managed to old this night, which is why his
Excellent.
punches are no longer dealing damage.
Incredible.
Old as a status effect, by the way. It makes so that you lose your it's a stat drain over time, and it's a very, very fast one too. It's a severe one that you will lose like half your stats in just a couple, like about 10 seconds. It's that fast.
Damn, that's quick. Oh right, the last preppers we watched was about Gaslight Boat.
Well, that sounds like it sucks.
Was about boat?
Was it about literally gaslight boat, like as in gaslighting
It was-
of a
it
boat,
was a
which is where
call.
the term comes from?
Wait,
He
really?
was a Celt. Yes.
Yeah,
It-
the
it's-
term gaslighting originates from a story in which a guy fucked with the gaslight.
It was
Is
easy
that
to
bad?
adjust. It was a
Yes.
The thing is, he would turn the light down, and his wife would be like, "Hey, are the lights dimmer in here?" And he'd be like, "No, what are you talking about?" And there you go.
Ah,
There, I've put the man in a tube.
Congratulations.
Much is accomplished this day.
God, I love my cat so fucking much. Look at her, she's perfect. You hear that? You're perfect. Oh. We'll go down to the meat dog triathlon.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
Children love the meat dog.
If I had infinite money and no morals or ethics or conscience, I would get a boat and do a Twitch game show on it where I would start doing escape room games that are like murder mystery stuff. It'd be like, whoa, chat, people are dying. Except I would totally use it to kill people at a certain point.
I see.
So you would
This one's
invite
called
Black
Fine.
Mirror.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude.
Is that show even still running?
I think so.
Finally. Fourth team that is third team. Well. Anyway. Boat stuff.
It stopped in 2019. Apparently, arguments over IP rights were what you...
God, I hope it was because of the terrible interactive fiction thing.
Probably.
So glad that died. But it did give us You versus Wild for me to be very upset about.
This group really needs to sit down.
Well,
and,
We have seen
and
some.
rub... What?
We actually have seen some.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
it's
land
a...
of dragons.
The land of dragons where there are wolves and it's whales.
Run down and tackle a sheep.
That's what you do when you're cold and have hypothermia, is you run in pursuit of a sheep.
And then tie it up with your paracord, because you got that, right?
What was the animal that he just fucking yeeted? Was that
The
a tiny
crocodile.
baby
Or
crocodile?
alligator.
It was a crocodile, yeah.
And it was like way out of the way, and he accidentally had to go into its personal space to pick it up and chuck it.
I'm still mad that he killed a whole chamois that was fresh and didn't eat it because they had like off-site beetle larvae that they put on this fucking carcass in the Alps to say, yes, it has rotted.
Yeah, also like in like sub-zero centigrade temperature, way below. Yeah, sure, rotted.
With these pre-cooked beetle larvae.
Remember that time you can send him into a volcanic vent and get him fucking killed, like, twice? Except not really, because they don't follow all the way through with it.
This team might want the reflect rings. I don't know.
It's extremely like, yeah, walk into this volcanic vent with a lit torch. Sure.
You could make him stick his hand in a hole to get bitten by a spider, though.
Yep. Actually, I remembered very specifically the actual single point that I think made me most angry, aside from the dog, was the immaculate straight out of a store climbing rope in the jungle.
Yeah, that was good.
Like, look at this ancient, left behind climbing device. Like that has been set up here as part of the trail hundreds of years ago, and it's like you could fucking see the wax flat like seal on it. It is still shining. There is zero fraying.
Bear Grylls is a dick.
This team does get the hairpins. Yeah, this team... I think it's just rapid fire on the ranger, and then time mage could just time mage things. Dancer with time magic works. Having a second time mage is useful. I could
Just
stop
kidding.
time and
Dancer
then
with time
dance
magic
twice.
is fun. Yeah.
I will never get over the fact that they shot an episode of that, didn't tell you where it was actually being shot at, which again is the Land of Dragons episode,
Yep.
which was being shot in Wales, and then made the final threat of it being a wolf, something that does not exist on the British Isles.
Yeah.
And then it was just a husky.
It was a very
just a
excited
husky.
It was a really excited, happy-looking husky.
Yep.
And then all the advice given would be like stuff that would get you killed by a dog that was actually angry.
Damned Clapperclaw!
Finally, Snurb! It's been 10,000 years.
Snake,
It's
bird.
been long enough that I forgot what Snurp looked like, and I'm delighted all over again.
There be the
It is.
snurp. Alright. Release.
Absolutely having a great time.
And... hold on, I may have done this in the... Alright, good. Got there. You're supposed to do that in the other order. The timing worked out anyway. It's fine.
So yeah,
Beasts.
we broke scripting and blew Snurp up through the whole
Yes.
transition gimmicks.
Rainbow Wind is blind and HP leak, and the Bronconite does not enough damage to kill the first invisible phase. So by using
And
those
leak.
two together, the leak pushes it over the limit, and that doesn't activate the reaction script that's supposed to progress the mechanics of the fight.
Yep. Leak causes issues with scripting because it kills them like outside of the script having a chance to have a counter to what you did. Berserk also has scripting problems just because it will overwrite what they would be able to do most of the time. Time to finally, at long last, break out the RNG.
To complete the ritual, calling forth the last of the arbitrary numbers, which was set in stone by the existence of the last arbitrary number. 60 modulo 18 means 6, which for Team C means dancer.
Oh, 2 dancers. So 2 knights, 2 dancers, 2 thieves.
Yep, a lot of repetition, but no real bad teams in this case.
This is completely within realms of standard repetition from all the Fest on Fast 2 and everything.
Yeah. This is within bounds, and
Yep.
no real whammy jobs, or real whammy teams.
Dragoon and Monk are the 2 whammy jobs
Yeah,
on
that's
here.
why I
but,
corrected myself.
Yeah.
They are in
No whammy
teams,
teams though.
They are in teams that can account for them. There is no team where you just look at the composition and you just go, fuck.
Because Monk is in a team with Samurai and Ranger, which is like the perfect, no problems, and also Thief.
Yeah, Monk, Monk has 3 of Monk's best friends.
Yeah, and then Dragoon is in a team with Beastmaster and now Dancer, which will also help shore some weaknesses up.
This old man is also about to die, if I remember rightly.
Yes.
Also, for Spagoner in chat, traditionally, Bloons Fest runs do not have the GBA jobs in the pool, as they have varying unlock conditions that are usually impossible in Fest, and also they're just not very interesting most of the time.
It's kind of fun to play with them. It's not like the classes are like actively bad. Cannoneers is kind of a worse chemist, a more specific chemist. And
right, I looked at Ferris's costumes for these previously. Lena.
Necromancer's weird blue
High
mage.
quality fashion on display.
Yeah,
that Cannoneer outfit.
That 2-corner hat.
Yeah.
I should track down at some point. There was a video, like, Galuf doesn't have costumes for all of these, naturally, for reasons. A video that I should track down again at some point that points out that a bunch of the different kinds of hat associated with this era are all the same underlying structure, just pinned in different configurations.
Yeah.
I actually got a friend who owns one of those kinds of hats and actually wears his hat in different specific ways. He got it for a LARP and wears it in specific different ways when he's presenting himself as pirate captain or, fabulous merchant.
Yes.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right, this team has Dragon Grass. They are on their way back. Right, they mixed up the pesticide, the herbicide. What do we do with this invasive grass problem? Well,
I actually helped get it for him when we went to a fair about 3 years ago.
Just gonna take this dark matter and dissolve it into a solution and spray. The problem is solved.
Of the GBA classes, I feel like the big sucker is Oracle when you get down to it, because its ability's dumb. Doesn't work very well.
Oracle is their
abilities. Oracle's ability is genius. That makes it the strongest GBA class. The other ones are boring. Is their sin.
Yeah, I would say Oracle is at least interestingly funny, and you can gimmick around it. And also, its magic stat is the highest in the game, so you can put black magic on it, and now you have a railgun. Cannoneer is boring chemist, and Necromancer is there.
It's Blue Mage 2.
It's Blue Mage 2 with Bone Mail stapled on.
Which is good. Bone Mail stapled on means it's great.
Love a good damp sword.
Necromancer's actual sin is you have to beat Enwo. You have to beat Enwo, so there's nothing to do.
Yeah, there's no use case for Necromancer is the problem.
And
it's a great sword.
Gladiator is just, do you want another physical DPS?
Gladiator can use any of the like actual like used by hands weapons is its main thing, on top of being the only other source of a water attack in the entire game.
I forgot about that.
The Gladiator's thing is that it's got a move called Finisher that does it does an attack that does damage based off of like how weak an enemy is to the element that you use on it. And Gladiator the move is unique to every character, and it's based off of the element that they represent. So there's a fire, air, water, and earth attack off of it.
Yeah. I think it's Ferris that's got
hundreds of years ago.
Lena is the damp character.
Right, yeah.
Bart's is air, and Galuf/Kral is
seals are meant to be broken, Gigo says.
And yes, Guido just getting out in front of, seals are temporary measures.
If we could fix the problem, then it wouldn't be sealed in a can.
considering a moment that there is, of course, the pervasive cartoonish idea of turtles using the space within their shell for storage of objects. And then crossing that with, okay, but that's their bones on the outside. Just gonna put this within my skeleton for retrieval later.
Their skeleton covered with a layer of keratinous material that has all of their, sensory organs and nerves in there.
All of their sensory organs are bone.
Yes.
Did I miss the conversation with Turtle?
Yes.
The first of the four.
We are on the way back from having met a turtle. Demons is wood! And the suggestion of, alright, there are other powerful things sealed in the ancient woods. One of those will probably help. Get in there. Here's the keys.
It actually
Sure, why not?
It took me about 15 seconds ago. What do you mean? There's only one conversation with her. Why are you saying there's 4? Right, the gimmick of this entire thing that you're doing.
The Festahedron has been assembled.
Also, we have finally escaped Island Time and beaten Snurb, and we now have Dancer in 13.
Oh, shit.
Got 2 no 750 runs in there. Is kind of neat.
Really taken a moment to appreciate that Metamorph sprite.
Yeah.
Strongly enjoy the implied fungal old man.
Yeah, I'm walking away from those fast enough to not have Metamorph demonstrate he does in fact morph into other things.
Metamorph's gimmick is the sprite. He's like yells change, and then he turns into another enemy in the game.
It's always fungus with this crew. Every time I turn around, you're all talking about fungus or moss or something.
sorry.
There's a lot to talk about.
There's a lot there.
with
Yeah.
fungus.
What do you want?
Fungus, moss,
I'm not
and
saying it's a bad
fungus.
thing. It's just funny.
Also moss fungus, yeah.
Swamp, mountain, swamp, fungus.
Lichen.
Right.
Lichen and Lichen associates. Crabs.
Fun
Crabs and
things,
fungus are
since this is the run
close.
where I just kind of take it easy. These are the runs where I kind of take it easy and point at details. So underwater, a bunch of land masses have subaquatic, spaces underneath them that you can zoom through.
That's fun.
You are able to go unique places. with
And
submarine.
none of my teams have a reason to visit this spot over here.
Yeah, there is a lot.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do it.
There is a ton underwater that almost never gets seen in fest runs for various reasons.
There are
but-
druids in this cave. Be wary of them.
Hey, yeah, aren't there
Nice.
incredibly annoying creatures in this? Yeah, it's the druids. The druids
Okay.
that will murder you.
Okay, addendum to that, the other creature that's in that cave is a powerful bearer analog that Beastmaster might have a reason to go collect, depending on the situation. Anyway, so up here in these woods. Here's the Chocobo Forest. Home of another bird. You're a Chocobo hen, who in this setting, in this variation of it, is not suitable for riding. Just note that she's here, birding about.
And we leave this forest without... Oh, yeah, never mind.
There's
If I
also
suddenly
something that lives in
vanish,
this
it's because
woods.
the entire North Island has a severe weather warning right now.
Oh, Crumb and I are going through some right too.
What? I can't hear you over all the thunder outside.
Yeah. Just became aware because the rain was going hard enough to take my window off of its.
Jesus!
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot of things down here. There's Fisher, there's Druid Cave.
No, the Fisher doesn't show up until Combined
later.
World.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no such thing as a fissure in time and space.
Anyway, submarine lets you get in here to this secluded village. There's more. And yeah, this is the main place where I will kind of sit down and standardize gear some other time.
Meanwhile, back in this place.
Moore has a lot of very good things.
Yes, it does. What's up the other path? Is it? Oh, it's
That's where the
something this
hairpin
group
is. This team takes hairpin. Time mage gets
Oh.
expensive.
I thought you already had one. Never mind.
Nah, this is where it happens.
In the fights, dragon or dragons, right?
Yes, one or the other. Right, I do have high potions to brandish about. Right, the health numbers are small on this team because this is a very fragile team.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
And red. Okay.
Strike.
Does slow work on red?
Maybe.
Sorry.
Red Dragon is not grass, but it is grass-like.
So this is some kind of plant? This is a dragon plant?
Possible.
It is vulnerable-ish to grass.
Gotta be an orchid.
Ah, right. This is exactly an appropriate situation to break some frost rods.
I take a profound amount of joy every time Galuf does a little dance.
Yes.
Problem is, Galuf dancing is actually dangerous in this fight because the dragon is undead and absorbs what would otherwise be a drain from it.
Ah,
Case in point.
Yeah, drain works backwards.
There we go, hairpin. You take this and permanently attach it directly to the skull of a mage of your choice and never remove it.
Mm-hmm.
Half
was really
mana
hoping-
cost is worth more than any other wizard hat.
I was really hoping you get lucky and get one of those rings from the dragon.
if the red dragon is undead and also parasitic orchid. I don't know what the fuck pollinates it that would be like, yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with the dragon.
Wasps.
Hell yeah.
Dragon wasp, yeah, okay.
That's
I
what
was
the
just
yellow
thinking regular
dragon.
wasp.
No, that's what the yellow dragon is. Funny enough, it's just a very strange-looking wasp.
I mean, that's how it works with basically most animals, so it makes sense. Given that it is almost certainly the animal with the most number of species in it of all, life. So,
Yeah. Been getting no appreciation for wasps recently.
it's always good to have an appreciation for wasps. That
Yeah.
way you know that you're basically safe.
Exactly. Learning that there are some that you can just train not to fuck with you, like with Corvids, was delightful. And also opens up for the possibility of unleashing friendly tame wasps upon your enemies.
Don't worry about what happened to Bart's in that timeline.
Oh,
He's
no
fine.
more, where we're gonna sit back,
He's
relax,
fine.
standardize our equipment, pick up new. This is a team that does not use spells, so nothing from here.
But daggers, though.
Air knife.
Hello.
Knife with the air in it.
Consistently useful through
Elfo
most of the game for
isn't
most people.
necessary?
Most teams want wind at air.
With about
Look, wasps are important. They are vital pollinators.
Yeah,
They are, yeah.
Jokes aside, wasps are critical for the ecology of basically everywhere.
You don't gotta like
And
them.
in the grand scheme of how many wasps there are out there, very few of them are the aggressive, wanna sting you in the face kind that people think every single kind is.
No, almost every wasp actually wants to sting only one thing. In
Yeah.
which case it does terrible, terrible things to that one thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I mean is that everyone assumes that a wasp that smells a human wants human blood, and not
Well,
really.
look, it's like how there's a lot of people who think there's only one kind of sheep. And that there's one kind of chicken and, like, one kind of bee.
Oh, right. I was about to say, you have money problems, but no, you don't. You have
No.
the Hypno Crown.
I have the crown. Godspeed, Hypno Crown.
Oh, wow!
Yeah.
Yep.
You just find that thing in a cave, and it sells for almost 40,000 gold.
And now someone else will become the Hypno Queen.
Okay, sure.
Glory to whoever that may be. It's not us.
Oh, I also have a phobia, so that's why I'm trying to work to overcome it with bats.
There is still plenty of reason to give healthy space and respect to the territory of wasp and their nest.
There's
Yeah,
also
on principle.
enough wasps that you don't really have to feel bad about crushing one that's in your zone.
If
Trust
one
me
is
about that.
actually getting up in your grill, you can actually smash it if you need to.
Ideally, you won't need to, but if you gotta, you gotta.
Once out on a walk around my local zone back in Australia, just out in the bush zone before that whole zone was developed into a suburb, tragically, and was on a nice little trail minding my own business, and then felt a sharp pain in my lower back and pivoted on the spot to behold a cloud of paper wasps. And then
Yeah.
discovered that I can outrun a cloud of paper wasps if sufficiently motivated.
Good God, okay.
And that was the closest I've ever been to being an Animal Crossing character in real life.
That's incredibly impressive as a feat of running, but also it sucks that you had to test that.
I just kind of eventually fell down and slapped mud on myself.
Oh, right, hold on. I have
the invisible mud.
have
Yeah.
the gloves.
Like
Like, we'll
term-
use those
not-
gloves.
like Predator.
Yes,
Like cool
exactly
mud.
like Predator.
Sufficient cottage. Well, no, this is nowhere near sufficient cottages. Anyway. The whole operation is run by Atomos Blizzuto.
I love how uncertain the left face on the mouth door looks. Just given the side eye to the party.
I was sure about this.
Yeah, I'll post a couple of these. This sure is damage raise. You hate to see that.
Yeah, in the case of the paper wasps, I'm pretty sure I must have brushed up against their nest or something and not noticed because they're quite well camouflaged.
Yeah.
The only other time I've ever been aggressed by was when very young, playing sports in school, not wearing my glasses because I kept playing my glasses while playing sports, and was playing cricket, or attempting to, as best I could, without my glasses on as an incredibly short-sighted child. Swung the bat to hit what I thought was the ball. It was not the ball, it was a French hornet. I didn't hit it particularly hard. It craved vengeance. That's how I learned I needed a stronger prescription, because I mistook a hornet for a cricket ball.
Yeah, that's intense.
I mean, it sounds like you discovered a way to drastically improve the sport.
Yeah!
Yeah, I'm thinking about cricket. Yeah, actually.
You don't have Comet. I don't think you're qualified to use Comet, I guess. Dance it is.
Unleashing the sticky wicket EX. I'm among friends. I can voice that I don't like cricket as a sport, right? You won't yell at me.
I don't think anyone outside of the Anglosphere knows what cricket is, let alone...
Do not know how to play cricket.
That's fair. I do not know how to play cricket. I don't believe fully that people know how to play cricket. It just occurs.
From the little interactions I've had through the little descriptions and my idle noticing of headlines and things, cricket appears to be about as bullshit a sport as baseball, except even more flagrant cheating, which is really impressive to me as an American who watches baseball sometimes.
So they finally jazzed it up.
Yeah, I'm all about Blurn It. Blurn It's a good time.
So they finally jazzed it up, huh?
Thanks, Berserker.
Berserker, one hit.
Berserker's
final
cunning
hit.
plan to lay low and lure the enemy into a false sense of security.
Nice.
What is the Berserker using as a weapon? Some sort of dagger?
Dancing dagger.
Oh, that'll do it.
Hatred.
No hate,
Alright, son,
only
I'll
anger.
give you that one.
Right. Okay. And now another old man dies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Well,
And that's
not
why
yet.
you need to take your medicine.
Is this the last version of medicine that needs to happen?
No.
Oh, of course not.
Karts will get here when he gets here.
Old man will die on every page. I hope not.
The old man dies on every page and then gets back up at the start of the next page.
This music becomes very good when crunchy and sped up.
Adventure! This is a team that could do the move if I find a place to steal a fang or to steal any other chemical ingredient. There might be something that you steal dark matter off of, in which case I could then use that for rituals down the line. I think I'll consult some shards while we're just airborne here. Get them into a cutscene. About stealing lists.
can steal from dragon zombies. They can give you dark matter. But that's
Alright, so
rare.
I do have a use for the Dragon Veil.
Yeah, but it's a rare steal, so good luck with that.
Yeah, it takes time, but it's still, Well, do they have a common steal as well?
Is wherever he's
They don't.
stood in that scene made of meat? It looks very fleshy.
Yes.
What, XF? Yes.
Yeah.
That is Meat House.
There's a
That is
reason
the
we
sneak
call it,
preview of Meat House.
there's a reason we call Meat Fort Meat Fort.
Look, I just don't question some things after a while.
That's entirely fair. I've been in the same situation a lot.
Always question things in this game. That's how you stay alive. And you don't eat plants that are obviously poisonous to humans because, come on.
The antidote's
See
right
what she was
there on
doing.
the ship. Look, Lena's a doctor.
Lena's extraordinarily powerful.
Lena's in the process of learning 5th chemist ability that never comes up. It's
Yes.
probably quite powerful, but it's after mix, so
If she got there, she would know that, like, you don't swallow the poison you put in your mouth. You don't have to do that to convince the dragon. Just hold it in there for a bit.
Your saliva will break down the majority of the poison if you just leave it in your mouth, and you won't be in danger. If you actually swallow the material itself, that's where the problem comes from.
Yeah, that's the mycology trick that you
Well,
should never replicate unless you are a mycologist.
What if you have cavities?
Damn good question, actually.
I don't know, I haven't thought through the teeth exemption.
I'd imagine open mouth sores would be bad on you.
I am looking for your ninja outfit. There it is. That's throwing me off. You don't have any headgear. Yeah, the possibility of a bite of dark matter is drastic enough that let's prepare the ritual. Science will be served this day. Alright, so I need one of a thing that, and we'll get to that later.
We're still back here. Oh.
Earth job! Hooray! Dancer!
I know you had said that the 4th job happened. I thought you were a little bit further along.
Nope.
Oh man, this run is it just keeps giving.
But yeah, mind wandering back to the subject of the linguistics of cousin. I want to go further beyond just documenting the existing cusses that are in circulation in various locations, and let's construct the precursor profanities. Let us find the ancient swears.
The Proto-Indo-European curse words.
Let me see if there is existing field of study.
I know there are extant forms of what would probably be described as profanity in Sumerian.
So, Knight, Beastmaster, Dragoon, Dancer.
Yeah, we have in a Humanity Never Really Changes episode 16 million, the most common curse word, as I'm looking around, in Sumerian, is probably the, I don't know pronunciations. It's the word that translates to the act of defecation, shitting. and effectively is the same thing as saying shit. It is also cognating into the action of farting, which is its own curse word.
I've just found out that a 3-country poll conducted by the Angus Reid Public Opinion in July 2010 found that Canadians swear more often than Americans and the British while talking to friends, while the British are more likely than Canadians and Americans to hear strangers swear during a conversation.
Makes sense.
I forgot! Oh my god, I forgot! I forgot that in every Australian state and territory it is a crime to use offensive, indecent, or insulting language in or near a public place.
World's least enforced laws.
Which I think is one of the reasons why a lot of Australian swearing is friendly, and you're more in trouble if people are being nice to you.
I still can't get over the fact that people call it big wheels. Fucking what? When
Oh,
did
you what
Australia?
now? Sorry, I did not hear that. What?
Big
So-
wheels.
The concept of the term big wheels as number one, nominally positive, and number two, an impending signature that you're going to die.
Yeah, I did more looking up on that just to be sure I was remembering right, and yeah, it is generally indicative of somebody who has bought a bigger car than they should be able to perhaps have access to. There's a whole bunch of context just sliding into place for you're a fail son, basically.
Yeah, my immediate mindset would be the Marine who buys a way too fancy truck for like a 30% annual interest rate.
Yes.
You think the United States swearing is not creative? You've not been listening to the.
Cripes, this is heavy.
Yes. There's a big rock that can be used to push the switches in those boxes. It's just there to be a set piece. The Sage Cave is extremely a cut content zone. There could be a dungeon here, but there isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Here's some rooms. Push a button, go down the stairs.
Wow, these numbers.
There's gelatin here. And wizards who transform.
Wait a minute, I zoned out for a little bit. How long did we have arts in the team? Like 30 seconds?
Okay,
Well,
so
we're back,
Cards
never
is
mind.
getting ready for meteor fights. There's a lack of crowd control comes into play here. I could, by swinging large swords or cycling bears, punch through the two single target fights. The problem is those other fights. The Pluriboros doesn't have a very clean answer with this team.
Research suggests that swearing emerges by age 2. By the time children enter school, they have a working vocabulary of 30 to 40 offensive words, and their swearing becomes similar to that of adults around the ages of 11 to 12.
That tracks with what I've heard in public, yes.
Children be swearing, that's just a thing.
Yep.
Try and restrict it, and you will fail.
And there is a aspect of my job I will gleefully not enforce, and it is when people are cursing unless it is causing visible discomfort to a lot of people around them.
I cannot find anything on an extant study of just ancient swears, though. This may be
This
cutting
is
edge field.
untapped potential. Oh wait, I have to go consult Sid and Mid
Oh, you have
to
to go back to
initiate the
base.
event chain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have to go to first Meteor, learn about recycling, then
Right.
adventure.
So you don't have to go back to the base to go to the first meteor, right?
At the base, there is a note that says, "Hey, we went to the meteor."
Gotcha. And so, look, I've been watching someone play a game with a bunch of really difficult flag hunts for the past few hours, so my knowledge of flag hunts is kind of skewed right now.
Yeah, I was very
Burned
much.
into my brain. Go on.
I was just responding to chat of the idea of the more you repress swearing in a child, the more they're going to curse as an adult. Yeah, my parents hated hearing me swear and always got on my case every time I did it. So by the time I was about 16, I was incredibly foul-mouthed, and I still curse pretty casually, off the cuff.
I have burned into my brain the exact moment where I swore for the first time in my life.
Oh god!
And it was like maybe 20 past 6 in the morning, and I was watching the Teletubbies. And the show ended, and I'd been having a great time, and I turned off the TV and looked solemnly at my own reflection and went, "Fuck!" And then immediately ran and woke up my mother and apologized for swearing at Tinky Winky.
Makes sense.
Never something you have to apologize for. Man, this party's got a lot of chops.
Welcome back to
it.
team that can survive multiple aqua breaths.
Yeah.
Just things we do here.
I saw that casual 1000 HP. Nothing big. Well, never mind.
Well, here we are back in, more. Where, yes, many high potions have a reasonable number of Phoenix down. That is a big cash sink in these. The moment you do not have White Mage. Also, I'm going to need to reestablish the cash pile over the course of doing this and other dungeons. I should probably do just some level grind. Yeah, being level 19 as we walk into the Archwoods.
I really like the visuals in this zone. It's good.
Mm-hmm. The forest is letting us in, immediately jumped by 3 treants.
That mini magician, though!
The tiny magicians.
Tiny
yes.
baby!
The little guy.
Tiny sorcerer.
I don't remember my first, actually. I probably was a while, because I actually internalized it for a while.
Right, this team has...
remember... And
Because
this
this
is
team has no casters, I can sell my ethers.
This is kind of indicative of how sheltered in certain aspects I was during my upbringing. I was probably like 9 until I actually saw somebody use the middle finger. It was one of my cousins flipping off on another one of my cousins, and I went to my mom and I asked, "Hey, what does this mean?" And I held it up, and my mom was just like,
Fantastic.
I definitely knew curse words before I knew what the middle finger was, which I find interesting. Probably not how it usually goes.
Nan is incredibly foul-mouthed, so
Yeah.
I knew many curses growing up. She didn't care.
Yeah, I would imagine you would know like the strong magic curses before you could even start walking.
Why does the save point look different? Is it just because of the?
It's just the kind of save point that is here in this map.
Yeah, I was curious if it was something
just
to
a
do with all
contrast
the
thing.
trees and stuff. Like,
I think it's here to give the impression of this is a more sacred, different place.
fair. Sacred place where we also shove all our evil spirits.
Yes.
Don't worry about it, it's fine. Nothing bad will ever happen.
This is a place of honor. It's fine.
I love little surprised sprites so much.
Mm-hmm. By the way, X-Death knows your location.
Oh no!
You're the enemy of a powerful archwizard who is sitting in his fortress.
Actively watching you. 5 is very good for having the villain basically never stop being serious about stopping you.
Anyway.
Let's just wait long enough for them to get far in the forest that they can't just leave when I set it on fire. And now.
Hardcore considering tree nature.
Oh, he don't give a fuck about any of the other trees. But yes.
Hey, he left all this ages ago. Fuck these trees.
Or maybe he's doing them a favor and they're the kind that can only reproduce once they've been on fire.
Yeah,
maybe. Yeah, maybe. Are you just gonna immediately fall in?
Yes.
Hellish forest of entirely eucalyptus.
Bears also live here.
Well,
bears are also a demon sealed into the sacred forest.
I like to think the bear just drop kicked you directly underneath, all the way down to go heal in this magic spring. Well, never mind.
What?
This team is entirely too durable.
I can fix that.
Well, okay.
Okay, I just brute forced my way through Manticore, the fight that normally is like a damage check, a health check for other teams that are being more brisk and aggressive about making progress.
With the Parabolos, can you just jump right when they're about to do the...
The self-destructs aren't synchronized, so unfortunately no.
So you have to be fun about keeping track of the damage values. Great.
Distribute the damage values, or the thought that was coming to mind was go get a couple of Mage Mashers.
Oh, yeah.
They are mutable.
Mute murder.
Mage Masher.
This whole team can use them, right?
Yes.
Sometimes the big burly classes in games don't remember how to use a knife, but fortunately this game is wise and everyone learns how to use knife.
Yeah, we'll go for Titan first. Knife using is almost universal in this.
I enjoy that Titan's just a guy here.
Yep.
Him big.
He was taking a nap and you woke him up.
Is anger reasonable?
Meanwhile, Ferris is having none of this and just doesn't care about what Titan's putting out.
Team that can just survive 2 Earthshakers if they want. Meat.
You have no understanding of how many robots we've touched.
This team had to receive a dancer in order to counterbalance the meat of Knight and Dragoon are both here. Right, that's where the Hiryu is. That's why we can't park there. Entire previous vehicle was hiding there. And that leaves the lingering question of, do I take bears from this planet to the other planet, or collect local bears after we arrive?
You want to establish an invasive species?
Do we bring sand bear to the swamp planet? Perhaps sand bear, like the sandworm, is itself a creator of desert. An active alterer of its environs.
You know, usually I would advocate for not doing that, but considering that the other zone decided to just seal a terrifying wizard in your local woods, maybe turnabout is fair play.
Your move. Alright, so...
I'm gonna throw down a hoedown and then put this monster in attack mode. I end my turn.
The fight with just one zombie dragon should be in here. Yep, there it is. So, the ritual. What we do, you need ninja, because you take a thing that you have one of that is equipable by ninja, like this mithril knife, and you equip it. Then you throw the empty space that knife used to occupy. It may require some inventory shenanigans to, yeah, this might require fast menuing that I'm not doing. Yeah, there may be further reading necessary in order to pick up the tech here, or the knife was in a different spot. Where?
That should have been the knife spot.
Where are you hiding, knife? And, all right, so I'm missing a step of the ritual. The ritual will not happen today.
Hang on.
This thing looks like an Odegaard in a Halloween costume.
Well, I'm not sleeping tonight.
Sorry. Just wear prop wings.
Okay, so player must make sure that at least one character is a ninja or a thief. Unequip the thief character of whatever is in their hands, and whatever is unequipped or can be equipped in that character must be the very first item in the entire item slot. So you need to make sure your
I do need to do some inventory Tetris first. All right. So
go to items,
whip knife, items, sort, but then bring knife to top of menu.
and thief needs to have completely bare hands.
I'm assuming there was some kind of status effect causing the purple.
That's poison.
Makes sense. What the original design choice was behind associating purple with poison.
And making sure that this is the one that does not involve Beastmasters.
Yes. This is enter the battle, have the thief equip the mithril knife from the first slot, the ninja or character with throw command, must then throw the first item in the slot, which should be blank. After
that was the missing step. Someone other than the ninja grabs the item.
Is the one doing it. Thief puts knife in hand.
And then does nothing for now.
Yeah. And then ninja throws the blank slot. Oh, this shit. Okay. Scrolling down, this specific iteration of the bug was fixed in the GBA.
Alright, that one is not available. You hate to see it. Anyway, other instance of real-time waiting. Fire lives out there. Bear will not let you leave. It's fire up there.
Valid. Yeah.
Bear will not let you leave.
Oh. Oh, hey. Some flowers are thriving. They had a great time.
Life carries on. All the treants and the tiny wizards are still here. Strange fire entities.
Yeah, it looks like the GBA do glitches require a much more restrictive set of jobs.
Never mind. Ritual is unavailable. I will have to use other
ninja,
more conventional means to acquire the matter.
Ninja, Chemist, Thief, and optimally Beastmaster, though you can work around it by getting release and control by a glitch.
Yeah, alright, so that magic is off limits. If I were using the SNES version, then I would have that option. And I also have 2 Mangoshes.
I was going off the guide on the Epic Wiki. There may be other versions that I cannot find. It is rather late, so shrug. Who knows?
Tired brain cells dying.
Anyway, there is largest tree, boss of all other trees.
Ah, large.
From which we have a branch, and so we get permission to approach.
Surely, since this tree is welcoming us, nothing bad will happen.
Now we are here in the chamber, you know, the wood structure.
Yep, sure.
Huh, 4 things.
The wood meat.
There's 4 things here. 4 things here in Sacred Place.
I can't believe we got tricked by a giant tree.
Playing the long game.
4 weird rocks. Strange.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's fine.
So this fight's a nightmare for a lot of fest jobs?
Yes.
How does this team deal with 4 weird rocks?
Killer Bow.
Killer Bow and Zenonage, I would guess.
Killer Bow, possibly Zenonage. This attempt at the fight probably bounces, is the answer.
Unless you get
We'll
exceedingly
see.
lucky with that bow.
But let's see how much number coins will do.
I think if you can hit 3 coin shots, it'll do it, but you only have 1 person with Zenonage, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The bees, though. Right, bone mail.
Wait, bird.
Birds are
Bird,
just tearing
no.
chunks off of the bone mail.
Must build nest. Must build nest.
Delicious meat mail, and I'm out of money, so
Oh,
Zenonage
no.
is not sufficient. So, 4 weird rocks, one of which is Earth Rock, and one of which is Hot Rock. How strange. The crime is unsolvable. Wood is haunted.
It happens.
I will walk back to town and sell my ethers to have ammunition to throw at the weird rocks.
Does Galoo have enough to use Enanage on his own?
Probably. And that would be the other thing to do, to switch so that I can then
Damn it.
double tap.
The birds.
The birds just love the taste of Grandpa. Yeah. Coin throwing shows up early, so I'd have you pivot to Monk with coins. You to Samurai. With animals, I guess.
Yeah. More nightingales.
Behold! Now is this team on its way into or out of into?
I just noticed it's ominous orb. Missed the ominous orb on the round wizard.
Did this team grab the Hypno Crown?
All teams will grab the Hypno Crown.
It's mostly
Question
just
is
for the
which
money.
teams have sold it yet.
Well, they get it in here, right?
No, it's in Dragonvale.
Oh, whoops, never mind.
Anyway, turtle.
Stop hitting the turtle, you hooligan!
Also, per the underlying script, Bartz does the protagonist thing of occasionally repeating a thing he has just heard as a question, as like a sign that he's listening, and a conversational prompting to continue. And this localization decides to have Guido sass him for it at every opportunity. Other team now has the stick.
Bartz has only learned how to deal with ninjas, not turtles, so unfortunately this is outside of his wheelhouse. Now if this was a ninja turtle, well, that'd be different.
I love it when there's just a succession of the same enemy in a row, because it gives the impression of just like picking up the skirt and running after you.
Chasing you
get
down
back
the
here!
hall.
I said fight me!
You're supposed to fight me, why are you running?
Think you can handle my spells?
If you keep running, I'm just going to throw the orb at you.
There are 3 things in this cave. Guido, shape-shifting wizards, and danger pudding.
I realized
Those are
it was
the only
actually
things on this
called
island.
Dark Aspect.
Dark ass pick.
That's horrifying.
Why would someone write that?
Why not?
So I love the submarine sprite. It's very cute.
It definitely looks like it has eyes.
Yeah, it's just a funny little fish.
Hey. I need to go burrito and watch stuff in Zone F, I think. Gonna
Do that then.
Good night.
And another team arrives in Moore. This team does have any magic users.
And a very important spell here. Well,
But
never
enough
mind.
about that.
I've had you.
Ouroboros!
God, there's so many.
Plurality of Boros. Alright, there we go. Although, so the muting isn't permanent. But what this will mean is, if I defeat one, while it is muted, it will not be able to cast Raise. Yeah, so I can now proceed to just try to slice my way through them.
So long as you can get 4 of them down, you'll be okay.
Yes.
Hell, you can even just hit one of them, each of them 3 times, and that should be a sufficient amount. Or get lucky and just never mind. Whoa, that was quick.
Alright.
Are they out of... Oh, there we go.
Just 2. Which is something to remedy before we get in the portal.
Yeah.
Probably.
Go back to Bart's hometown, right?
Now the other peril here is if the killing blow happens without any mute being on the ground.
At this point, you've won.
Yes. I'll just distribute some damage in order to soften the nope.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow, she tanked it.
And then the energies converge. They do not sell Phoenix down at this shop.
Right.
Bringing us back to the question of invasive bears. Do we take bears to space? Probably. This might be an appropriate size of weapon for bear wrangling. Let's see. The main complication with trying to catch these bears is that they are not the most common encounter in their home biome. Yeah, it is possible to approach the pyramid while you are here at this point. Alas. Denied the real magics. Yeah, well, we'll just defeat these. Also try for the steals while I'm here. Alright, that's a losing proposition on throwing scrolls at them for now. But probably also don't bother with trying to farm fangs until later. Would be nice if I had more dark matter, though. There is one mote that I will get guaranteed for defeating Atomos. Yeah. So I would want at most 3 more. If I decide to go that direction for the thing that I'm contemplatively mumbling over. But then I also have other options. Other avenues by which to attain the power. Chemistry is open to me.
Mm-hmm.
Even over-the-counter chemistry is formidable. Island still exists in this... No, we've already destroyed the island. Right, I turned back after that. Team doesn't need to go to Surrogate the castle. And okay, there. On that note of every time that a jump occurs is when new save states have just been put into place. There. Call it there.
Yeah.
One team is facing Weird Rocks. Another team has arrived in Moor. Another team is on its way to... is at Boat Fight. And... final team is going to get into the portal. Everyone is in or about to be in World 2, and that's progress.
Progress.
I was a little worried you'd have one team on all of the worlds at one point, and that would have been very impressive.
Yeah.
Yes.